On this session's agenda, under statements by ministers, Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries, Floyd Green, is down to address the House. Under public business, we have the State of the Constituency debate with speakers, Member of Parliament for St. James Central, Heroy Clark, Member of Parliament for St. Catherine East, Alando Terrelong, and Central Kingston Member of Parliament, Donovan Williams, all down to address the House. If time allows, the Civil Service Establishment General Order 2024 is to be tabled. That's what's on the agenda. It should be noted that elements of the day's agenda can be changed or moved. But before we go, here are a few things you should bear in mind if you plan to attend a session at Gordon House. No visitor shall create any act of disorder within the precincts of the House. No visitor shall be admitted to the House without first obtaining an admission card. Visitors who remain within the precincts of the House during a suspension of the session are asked to keep silent. No photography, videography, or sketching of the proceedings is allowed, unless so authorized by the presiding officer. It's almost time to go to the main event, but before that, let's get the answer to the trivia question. We asked, true or false, the Child Care and Protection Act was enacted in 2005. That's false. The Child Care and Protection Act was enacted in 2004 and strengthened for protection of children and to promote their rights. Before we go, here are a few interesting things about Jamaica's Constitution. It's divided into chapters. Chapter 1 explains the meaning of terms and ideas expressed in the Constitution and make clear that the Constitution is the supreme law of Jamaica and that all other laws are secondary to it and depend upon it. It states, quote, "If any other law is inconsistent with this Constitution shall prevail, and the other law shall, to the extent of the inconsistency, be void." End quote. Under Chapter 2 of the Constitution, persons born in Jamaica and persons born outside of Jamaica of Jamaican parents have an automatic right to Jamaican citizenship. Chapter 3 provides that every person, regardless of race, place of origin, political opinions, color, creed of sex, is entitled to certain fundamental rights and freedoms. The proceeding will begin in a few moments.
Bad bacteria we can't stop fight. Antibiotics, take them right. Antibiotics. Come let me tell you how to take them right. Only take them from professionals with medical credentials. Do not share them with friends or relations. Use prescriptions, follow instructions. Take them till them done with no interruptions. Bad bacteria we can't stop fight. Antibiotics, take them right.
Brought to you by the UWI Mona, Ministry of Health, National Health Fund, PAHO WHO.
More of your money is now tax-free? Know that the income tax threshold has been increased. Your government is looking after you responsibly, so our economy can do even more for you.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
You know who have the gun them. Stop going like you don't notice. You notice.
Jamaica improve, heart free, wages increase, housing scheme bill up, we have more opportunities, roads bill and the dollar stable. We are building Jamaica.
What is the role of a backbencher in government? I'm glad you asked. They're members of parliament who are not appointed to cabinet. So they sit in the back of the legislature and they apply pressure. They examine what government legislates, participate in parliament debates, raise issues and advocate and question chamber when things don't look straight. Backbenchers represent the constituents in parliament. Backbenchers oversee the interests of citizens, you and me. But how can they be agents of government accountability after them no hold no portfolio? And them and a minister? No. So then how can they facilitate government transparency? And the next thing, them and a front bencher. So how them affect me? You see, a lot of work is in committees. So these portfolio-free MPs with less dire responsibilities are more accessible to you and me. So they help with policy, but it helps if we engage them, you see. So they're not just in the back benches, but on the ground, in the trenches. Though in the back of parliament, we're at the front of their cause. So pause. Find your backbencher at jampja.org.
Jamaicans, practice proper disposal of garbage, and if items can be reused, recycle them. We all have a part to play in protecting our environment from pollution. We are building Jamaica. Every student attending Heart and Estate Trust under the New Care Initiative will get $15,000 each month to help cover their travel expenses to the Heart School they're attending and get an extra $13,000 each week while they're training.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
No more guarantors for student loan. Your government cares about your education, and we don't want you to ever have to worry about going to university. The Students' Loan Bureau has a loan for you so you can focus on your future.
So who keeps our taxpayer money in check? Well, the PAC and PAAC help watch over the country's budget. And one might sound like it just have an extra A, but they're way different. Here's how. The PAAC and PAC are two committees that watch the money. The Public Accounts Committee reviews government projects after them close. They do a post-audit check to see what problems arose with the costs and call officials to explain decisions that cause budget mismanagement. And then they recommend corrective action. So the problem will happen from when, not happen again. But what about the money we are spending right now? The PAAC. That's how Public Administration and Appropriations Committee pretty much means your money will protect as it happen, we check. While projects go on, things are accurate. As government spend the nation's budget, PAAC reviews it. They examine proposals and summon officials to find problems before them don't use it. So the PAC and PAAC are two parliamentary committees that watch over the country's wallet to protect the budget and keep it in check. And you can get involved. Just visit jampja.org.
Your safety and security continue to be our priority. We are seeing a downward trend in major crimes, and we are investing $650 million in technology improvement for our police force to provide greater coverage across Jamaica by 2028.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
We care about our minimum wage earners. That is why we increased the minimum from the previous increase of $13,000 to now $15,000. And as our economy continues to improve, you can look forward to even more increases. Your government is caring for you.
Heart and Estate Trust now offers a $100,000 grant to heart-trained individuals running businesses for over a year. They'll also assist with business planning, marketing, skill enhancement, and other support. Your government is building a caring economy for you.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Young Jamaicans up to 35, your government will reserve up to 10% of NHT housing solutions over the next 5 years. Just for you with 100% financing up to 15 million Jamaican dollars. This is how we are empowering and breaking the cycle of poverty meaningfully. Your government is caring for you.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
We want you to enjoy the beauty of our island home, and that includes your beaches. That is why we are upgrading at least 9 beaches and equipping them with restrooms and other amenities for your comfort. Jamaica's beaches are your beaches. Your government cares about your recreational environment.
Do you wish there were a way your community could get funding to improve a school, health center, sports program, and more? There is! It's the Constituency Development Fund. Here are a few things you probably didn't know about the CDF and how you can make it work better for you. The CDF policy promotes citizen participation in community development and protection of taxpayers' funds. It outlines that MPs are to meet with citizens at least once every 2 years to agree on the projects needed. You know, it used to be once a year? We should really go back to that. Projects developed without community consultation are not to be approved by the bipartisan CDF Parliamentary Committee. There are 26 government agencies that implement projects, usually for a small fee. Funds are provided directly from the Office of the Prime Minister to the implementing agency, not through the Member of Parliament. The CDF unit monitors project costs and implementation, so if you have questions about how the CDF are run in your community, contact them. To ensure no one project or community gets all the funds, there are 6 project categories with spending limits for each. There must be no less than 5 and no more than 20 projects each year. To learn more, visit jampja.org to view your MP's CDF info and tell them how this fund has impacted you. If you don't see your MP's CDF reports, then put them under little pressure, man. Call, tweet, email. Ask them when they'll submit it and when is the next CDF meeting. Change is possible. It's already happening. What we need is you. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union and the Inter-American Development Bank in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
Our pensioners are our society's backbone, and we want to make sure they are cared for. That is why the annual pension exemption and age relief exemption has been increased to $250,000 each. You have worked hard for your country, and we want you to have a little more peace of mind in retirement. Your government is caring for you.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
We know you want better roads in your towns and communities. That is why through the Spark program, your government is allocating over $40 billion over 2 years to fix your community and rural roads. $20 billion will go towards fixing smaller roads in every area, with $150 million allocated per area. The remaining funds will be distributed based on road length and condition, ensuring areas with greater need receive more assistance. Your government is caring for you.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
On Sunday, August 11, in the quiet community of Cherry Tree Lane in Clarendon, our entire nation was shaken by a brutal act of violence.
Gangsters mercilessly took the lives of 8 innocent Jamaicans, including a 7-year-old boy.
These criminals will strike again, destroying more families and more communities, unless we stand together to stop them.
If you have any information that can help bring these killers to justice, please share it with the security forces.
The government has established a reward fund of $25 million for information leading to the arrest and charge of
and those who harbor and protect these criminals after the crime.
If you know something, please say something. Call Crime Stop at 311, MOCA at 888-6622-847, NIB at 811, or JDF at 837-8888.
Together,
we will defeat the gangs
and develop a culture of peace in our country.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Ministry of National Security.
Come July, your NHT home improvement loan will increase to $3.5 million for qualifying applicants. Your government is caring for you. Since 2016, 156,000 more Jamaicans are working. This is more than any other time in our history. Your government is caring for you.
Most Jamaicans will tell you corruption in politics is deep-rooted, and I just saw it set, and nothing can do about that. But actually, there is, and another 152 countries are doing it. It's called asset declaration, and it works best where citizens themselves understand it and help to ensure the law is enforced. Corruption happens when public officials abuse their power to benefit themselves, family, or associates. Jamaica's Integrity Commission Act was designed to prevent corruption, and here are 5 things you should know. 1. Under this law, every year MPs and senators must report what they earn, own, and owe, and if they don't, they'll be sanctioned. 2. Their report must include the same kind of information for their wife or husband and children. 3. If they get a gift worth more than $100,000 from anyone who's not family, they must declare it. 4. A summary of the declarations of our Prime Minister and opposition leader must be published where the public can read it. 5. Parliamentarians can now be prosecuted by the Integrity Commission. They can be fined up to $2 million or $1,000 for not filing on time or ignoring requests for information. Unfortunately, our parliamentarians made changes that prevent the public from knowing when they've broken the law or when they're being investigated. We really need to change that. Visit jampja.org to find out more about the act and to track if your MP is obeying this law. If they're not, JAMP's MP Tracker will help you write, tweet, or call your MP. Ask them, you submit your declaration yet? The Integrity Commission clear you? Let's help the Parliament stay honest. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union and the Inter-American Development Bank in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
Your government has made it completely free to you.
Can you imagine getting a marketable skill for free? Your government has made it possible for anyone wanting to learn a skill to get free training through the Heart NSTA Trust. Learn a new skill and expand your horizons.
Can provide for themselves and their families. Your government is building Jamaica.
Jamaica's economy is in the best shape ever. Everybody abroad and abroad talk about it. Your government is investing in our hospitals, parks, community clinics, roads, and water infrastructure.
Nutritious food, succulent dishes, superior workmanship, and excellent service. Jamaica is on the go. Let's grow what we eat and eat what we grow. Let's harness the indomitable spirit of our most valued resource, our people. Let's support our local businesses. After all, buying Jamaican means building Jamaica.
Remember that big project the government announced them was going to from when? You ever catch yourself a wonder what happened to it? Stop wonder like an outsider and start move like the country belong to you. You have a right to publicly owned information, and the Access to Information Act gives you that power. I know you have enough questions about how government are run or not run, so let me show you how it works. Say mosquito spraying going on in your community, your children asthmatic and you want to know what chemicals are in it. Or what about that auditor?
Jamaica and its workforce are advancing quickly. Life-changing opportunities are arising. You need training and support. We are the renewed Heart NSTA Trust, committed to providing new and emerging skills training and opportunities. Come to Heart. We'll help you claim your place in the workforce of the future.
the public weal, peace and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estate within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ.
Be seated. Let me say a warm welcome to members sitting in the gallery. We have visitors from the Nugget Primary, teachers and students alike, Gregory Park Primary, and the Independent City Primary. We welcome you, and here we also have the chairman of the school board that is with them today. Again, we welcome you to this sitting. Call of the roll.
Mrs. Holness, Mr. Bartlett, Dr. Holness, Dr. Chang, Mrs. Williams, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Vaz, Dr. Tufton, Mrs. Malahu Fort, Mr. Green, Mr. Charles Jr., Mr. Matthew Samuda, Miss Grange, Mr. Morgan, Robert Morgan, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Mr. Main, Mr. Davis, Mr. Terrelong, Mr. Hutchinson, Mr. Witter, Dr. Dunn, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown-Burke, Dr. Charles, Mr. Chin, Mr. Cousins, Ms. Crawford, Ms. Daly, Ms. Davis, Mr. Golden, Mr. Graham, Dr. Guy, Ms. Hamilton, Ms. Hannah, Mr. Enriquez, Mr. Henry, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lawrence, Ms. Lee, Mr. Robert Miller, Mr. Montague, Ms. Morrison, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Carl Samuda, Mr. Shaw, Mr. Sibley's, Mr. Slowly, Mrs. Vaz, Mr. Warmington, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Williams, Donovan Williams, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Wright.
Statement by ministers.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to join you in welcoming the students from the Nugget and Gregory Park primary schools, as well as the teachers and the chairman of a board that is here with us today. And we look forward to continuing to offer to our young people the exposure to the workings of Parliament. It is a very proper thing for us to keep doing to enable our young people to appreciate the fundamentals of our democracy and the institutional arrangements that we have to ensure the strengthening of that democracy. And so We look forward to their sharing silently in the proceedings today and to learn from the activities and deliberations in this Honorable House. Mr. Speaker, I'd like also on behalf of all the members of the Chamber to congratulate the member from St. Andrew Eastern on her elevation as Minister of Finance and the Public Service. We know that she will bring a strong sense of assiduity to purpose as well as a level of rigor to her assignment. She has done extremely well in the portfolio areas that she has served before, and we are confident that she will continue in that manner in her new assignment. Congratulations. Mr. Speaker, it is intended to have one statement now and possibly another statement at a later point today. So I would ask you to invite the Minister of Agriculture and member from St. Elizabeth Southwest to make his statement at this time.
Member from St. Elizabeth Southwest.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Speaker. The minister or state minister is en route with the copies. It's two matters that are not controversial at all. So I am sure you will have them right before I end. And I can forward via WhatsApp as well, if not a problem. And it's not, as you will see, the matters are non-controversial. So, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, today I rise just to update the House on two matters of national importance. First, we will speak a little bit about our Eat Jamaican month, which we are now celebrating in the month of November, and I will provide an update on the impact of Tropical Storm Raphael. So, members, Mr. Speaker, November is Eat Jamaican month, and it was so declared as Eat Jamaican Day, the 25th of November, 2003. So we have been at this for the past 20 years. The Eat Jamaican campaign was born out of a vision for Jamaicans to grow what they eat and eat what we grow, recognizing that this is critical if we are to reposition our agricultural sector and if we are to truly have rural development and have a sustainable food security matrix. This year, Mr. Speaker, we would have launched our Eat Jamaican Month activities along with the Jamaica Agricultural Society on the 31st of October 2024. This year, we've decided to focus on revitalizing the campaign of grow what we eat and eat what we grow, and this message is now in its 21st year. We're looking to enhance awareness, to drive consumption of locally produced foods, and in fact to support our farmers. To be honest, Mr. Speaker and members, this year more than any other year, we need to support our farmers by eating Jamaican. This has been a very challenging year for farmers. We started the year, Mr. Speaker, in drought. In fact, my first statement in this year was about support to farmers, $90 million that we would have put out to help farmers in drought. And then we transitioned into Hurricane Beryl, and as soon as we were going through the recovery process for Hurricane Beryl, here has come Tropical Storm Raphael, that we eat and buy Jamaican. So we have a number of activities during this month, and our first activity is around all of us pledging to eat Jamaican at least one meal for every single day in the month of November to be completely locally produced. Again, it sounds easy, Mr. Speaker, but it means that at least one meal would not include rice. And part of our Eat Jamaican campaign is about changing the things that we eat and focusing on the things that we grow. One of the things that we're doing this year differently, Mr. Speaker and members, we want to engage our youth to have a new generation of farmers, agriculturalists, and a new generation of people who are supporting the Eat Jamaican message. And as such, we have launched a school jingle competition, and I want the members of Parliament to engage their schools. What we're saying to our schools is that they are to come up with a jingle for Eat Jamaican month. The competition is open from the 7th of November until the 22nd. It is open to all primary and secondary schools. Students may enter individually or as a group, and the message must include grow what we eat what we grow. So we've launched that school jingle competition, and we're looking forward for those entries. Additionally, for those of us who are on social media, and for those of us who consider ourselves to be chefs, we have launched a TikTok cooking challenge where we're giving Jamaicans who utilize social media an opportunity to share their 100% Jamaican dishes, whether it be traditional dishes with creative twists, and that is open now. So people can do that. It's open from the 8th of November until the 25th. You are to cook an authentic Jamaican dish using 100% Jamaican ingredients, tag the Ministry of Agriculture, and promote the Eat Jamaican message. What we're going to do is take the top TikTok, IG chefs, but they can't stay on the social media. We're going to then have a cook-off using Jamaican food and to see who will win. So on the 29th of November, you can mark your calendars. We're going to have a grand farmers market and a cook-off competition where our top TikTok cooking challenge participants will face off in a live cook-off. And this will be held on the 29th of November at the Ministry of Agriculture, and it starts at 11 o'clock. The other thing that we're doing is that we're asking everybody to join us when we celebrate Eat Jamaican Day. We're going to celebrate that on the 22nd of November at Devon House, where we're going to have a food festival, a Jamaican food festival, highlighting Jamaican cuisine, showcasing diversity and traditional foods and beverages. Again, we're sharing all of this with the house and with our citizens so that they can get involved. The other thing that we're doing for the first time is that we would have used our Diaspora Month to launch our Eat Jamaican Diaspora campaign. So this year, for the first time, we're taking our Eat Jamaican message outside of our Jamaican shores, and we're taking it to the diaspora. The idea is that we will start with our Miami grouping, and what we're doing is that we're engaging them to push the Eat Jamaican message, to celebrate Eat Jamaican Day. Again, we're engaging them about the opportunities to invest in agriculture in Jamaica. We're going to be celebrating weekly recipes from our diaspora. In fact, we're launching a Diaspora Eat Jamaican Global logo competition for our diaspora members to engage in coming up with the logo that we will use on our Eat Jamaican Diaspora campaign. Again, we have an active diaspora. And part of what we want to ensure is that when they go out to support farmers in their own local, they're prioritizing buying, supporting, eating Jamaican food. So members, again, I urge all of us to join us in the ministry and the Jamaica Agricultural Society as we continue to embark on our message right across the year, but especially for this month of November, for all of us to eat Jamaican. Honorable members, we have again seen this year how important agriculture and fisheries is to our economy. And as we were leading the recovery around Hurricane Beryl, and we continue to drive that, flood rains from Tropical Storm Raphael have really come at the worst possible time. Our preliminary estimate of the damage stands at about $621 million. Raphael unleashed heavy rains that have led to severe flooding, landslides, and waterlogging in multiple key parishes, including Manchester, Clarendon, St. Elizabeth, St. Anne, St. Mary, St. Catherine, and Westmoreland. In fact, we have now accounted for about 364 hectares of crops that have been lost across these parishes, translated into about $200 million in losses. So from the total loss of $621 $100 million. The crop portion is about $200 million. Again, unfortunately, we've seen some losses to our banana farmers. Thankfully, not as significant, nowhere near as significant as beryl. Our vegetable farmers, 188 hectares, have been destroyed, affecting about 1,640 farmers. Our plantain farmers did suffer some damage. Our fruits, we have about 41 hectares which were lost, affecting 282 farmers. And legumes, about 38 hectares that have lost about $2.8 million in losses. Thus far, we've accounted for about 5,000 farmers that have suffered some crop or livestock damage from Hurricane Beryl. In relation to livestock, our total damage around livestock is $31 million. Again, with the biggest area being our poultry farmers. Thus far, we've accounted for 23,000 birds that have been lost, affected about 1,000 farmers from Tropical Storm Raphael, 569 layers, 134 pigs, 12 beef cattle, 334 goats, and 16 colonies of bees. Madam Speaker, despite these numbers, the overall losses to the sector from the passage of Raphael clearly is much less than Hurricane Beryl. Where we saw the most significant loss is in relation to our farm roads. In fact, the estimated cost of road repairs stands at about $382 million, affecting 191 farm roads, which are critical to transporting goods and farms to market. Madam Speaker, we continue to drive our recovery to Hurricane Beryl, and as we have been doing for Hurricane Beryl, we will continue to help our farmers who have been affected by Tropical Storm Raphael. One of the things that I will say is that all of this is preliminary because we know, Mr. Speaker, the rains continue. And the Meteorological Service has issued an advisory for increased rainfall this week. And as such, we've asked the RADA team to stay out in the field before we outline a comprehensive program of response to see what other damage is caused by these systems that are still out there. We are not standing idly by, Mr. Speaker. The ministry, through RADA, has deployed our parish teams of agricultural extension officers to provide support on the ground, to conduct assessments, and to advise on crop care and management. Mr. Speaker, we have put out, and I will share with all members of Parliament, I will ensure that I share it with the leader of opposition business as well. We've put out some videos around crop care, livestock care, greenhouse care in these rainy times. It's very important that we pass them on to our farmers so our farmers know what best to do faced with these significant rainfall, what is the best way to salvage their crops and to minimize their losses. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, what we're doing in relation to our current recovery initiatives is to tap into the money that we already have. So we already have a production incentive program, and we are spending the additional money that we have gotten in relation to Hurricane Beryl. So in relation to
Mr. Speaker, the member's time for speaking having been expired, I beg to move that it be extended by a further 5 minutes to allow him to complete his presentation. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
The request is on the floor for the Speaker's time to be extended, the Minister's time to be extended. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Hurricane Beryl recovery, and that is continuing. Already we have assisted over 22,000 farmers, and each week we assist more farmers under the Hurricane Beryl recovery program. That has not taken any resources from our production incentive program, which was $1.1 billion. So what we'll be doing in relation to Raphael is to start providing assistance under our already allocated production incentive program. So just to remind the House, thus far we've already been spending, we have about $90 million that we're going to be spending in relation to our vegetable lines. We are spending about $80 million on other crops. We've allocated $70 million on our spices. We have already spent about $129 million For fisheries, we've started our greenhouse rehabilitation program, and we're spending about $165 million in greenhouse material, antiviral meshing, plastic that has been procured, and we've started distribution. We've already spent on the Hurricane Beryl about $96 million for livestock and livestock infrastructure improvement, and we're going to be spending an additional $30 million, and members of Parliament can look out for their letters that should come before the end of this week. The idea is that we are embarking on a program to assist our poultry farmers. And we're going to provide some support directly across all constituencies so that you can help those small backyard poultry farmers rebound, especially now as they look forward to the Christmas period. Additionally, we had gotten an additional $200 million that we'll be spending on Hurricane Beryl road rehabilitation. Let me congratulate the new Minister of Finance, our first female Minister of Finance, and say to her the only area that I plan to come asking for some more support is in relation to our farm roads, especially based on Tropical Storm Raphael. That's the only area that we're going to come. So we're going to take, you see, one of the things that we had done, members, in our production incentive program, we had already earmarked some funds for disaster recovery. So we'll be utilizing those. Additionally, we have earmarked we've earmarked about $17 million to provide support for a comprehensive backyard and urban farming initiative. We're going to start the application process for the distribution of 3,000 backyard farming kits targeting our urban farmers. And we're also going to be focusing on some vertical farming systems, right? We want to do backyard gardening in a different way. So a sustainable approach that maximizes production in limited spaces by using stack layers for plant cultivation. So, members, Mr. Speaker, let me end where I started. This has been a challenging year for all our farmers and fishers. One of the things that we have seen is that our farmers now appreciate that once they face adversity, the government will be there to respond quickly, to hold their hands, and to help drive their recovery. We all, Mr. Speaker, can play a part. And the best way to play a part is for the month of November and for every single month when we go out to purchase, we support our farmers by eating Jamaican. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Announcement. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I thought that the member from Northwest Manchester was going to respond so I could ask a question. But because I saw you moving on, I had to, yeah. No,
sir. Mr. Speaker, I think the update from the minister is somewhat timely, seeing that our farmers have been coming out of Hurricane Beryl and now Raphael. And even between Beryl and Raphael have been seeing quite a bit of high rainfall. So the recovery for our farmers have been one that has been challenging, despite the efforts that they have been putting in to get their lives back to normal and able to feed the country. But, Mr. Speaker, I know that the minister, while making his presentation on announcing to celebrate Eat Jamaica month, would have been challenged knowing that our farmers, that the amount of crop available, especially the vegetables and the legumes in how it is that they have recovered, is one that is challenging. And I would like to say to the minister, it was happy to hear him announce something for broiler farmers or chicken farmers. There has been a shortage of baby chicks to supply to our small farmers. But where the challenge has come, Minister, is really the weather, because while we give them these baby chicks, at least 60 or 70% of what we give them basically perish by the time they come to even half the growth that is expected for them to come to full growth. What is it that the RADA officers in this period, how is it that they are able to, especially having a shortage of extension officers, how is it that they are able to go out there to assist the farmers in a fulsome way, in seeing that additional resources are now being put out there to help these farmers? Because in many instances, Minister, as I traverse my constituency, and I'm sure that many of the members of Parliament who traverse their constituencies, who are really farming communities, a lot of them are still saying that they have not seen an extension officer. And while not seeing an extension officer, they are feeling as if they are left out there to fend for themselves without any assistance, because we as members of Parliament, what we get from the Ministry of Agriculture is still inadequate to help. And you have announced how many thousands of farmers have been assisted, but yet still there are still thousands out there who have not yet seen an extension officer and still have not gotten any assistance. So while we do celebrate each Jamaica month at a time when farmers are suffering, it will also be good to know from the minister himself the quantity of imports that is going to stabilize the sector itself going into the Christmas month, and what are the various, is it legumes, is it meat kind, what are the quantities that permits will be given for importation? One, for transparency, and two, to understand where it is going and who are the ones that will be importing the crops and the meat kind coming into the Christmas month. Mr. Farm Roads, again we're seeing with the rain, Beryl, Raphael, and the rains, the damage that has been done to our farm roads. And while we celebrate whenever we get a letter from the Ministry of Agriculture through RADA that one will be constructed, we have constantly complained about the quality of farm roads. We're trying to get more for less. And with climate change, and we're seeing the changing rain pattern, will there be a real look at how it is that we build these farm roads? Because you're spending more on the back end to rehabilitate these farm roads after the damage. Will we be looking at concrete roads in many of these areas? Will we be looking at, instead of a double surface, using more? Just a minute.
Wrapping up. 5 minutes.
2 minutes to complete. Yes. May I please you, Mr. Speaker?
I was repeating it.
The request is on the floor for the extension of the presenter's time. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hear quite a few mumbling on the other side, but I'm sure they are all affected, as I have been affected, and many other members on this side have been affected by the rains. So Mr. Speaker, through you to the Minister. The issue of the farm roads, Mr. Speaker. Yeah. Cousins is here and he has nowhere going, so nowhere going. But through you, Mr. Speaker, to the Minister, just the construction of farm roads, because I mean, just recently I got a letter from RADA saying the amount of farm roads that should be constructed in this financial year. And I know that many of them have not been started because of the weather. Are we going to relook at how it is we construct these farm roads? Because as I said before, we spend more on the back end rehabilitating these farm roads than on the front end in ensuring that we do them right the first time around. If it pleases you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the Minister, allow me, if you will, Mr. Speaker, just a few words to our farmers before I move to my question. I believe just based on the hardships that they have faced, that it is indeed timely for us to also encourage our farmers and to let them know that we are conscious of the challenges that they have faced, and that given their role, Minister, as the backbone of our economy and food security, that it is important, the role they play is important, and that as we sit here from time to time, we'll make sure that they are front and center in terms of what we do and say. Minister, I had a question to ask you, and the question really comes against the backdrop of my sitting here and listening to you speak about Jamaica month, November, and that we have consistently carried that since 2003. And I was wondering if you would agree with me, Minister, that if back in the 1970s, when Michael Manley began his Eat What You Grow and Grow What You Eat campaign, if we could have gotten bipartisan support at that time, how much further would we have been? How much further would we have been? And what have we lost? And what have we lost? What have we lost by being politically myopic? What have we lost by being politically myopic that we could not act on behalf of the people of Jamaica? And today we come with pomp and flair, acting as if we are so patriotic and we believe in our farmers now. What happened back in the 1970s? Lest we forget. Lest we forget.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. A question for the Honourable Minister. But before, I need to make a small correction. The member from Northwest Manchester spoke that all of us are affected by high mortality rate with small poultry farmers. The little I know about poultry, the standard mortality rate should be 10%. So if his farmers are having a 50% mortality rate, he's choosing the wrong people. 70, he's choosing the wrong people to give the chickens. Secondly, I would like to ask on that matter, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member from, I believe, Southwest, St. Andrew, spoke to a very solid hypothetical theory. And I would like to bring it back to a practical matter. When the states of emergencies were declared when Bruce Golding was there and the opposition did not support us. Where would we have been with crime if we had gotten that support for the states of emergency? The question to the Honourable Minister, is he's encouraging, and we wish to congratulate the Minister for the program that he has outlined here. A very solid program, a very relevant program, a program that the farmer.
Members, member from Manchester, member from St. Mary, your time given was to ask a question. I am going to ask you to get to the question immediately, or else.
Mr. Speaker, the question, before I ask the question, you know I have to praise the minister because he's doing good. And the question, you have to give me back that time. The question I'm asking, sir, in this program of Eat Jamaica, I know this Irish potato was not included, and I know it's an oversight because the farmers in St. Mary are asking, and Guysill are asking, and Highgate, farmers in St. Mary are asking why we never hear about the Irish potato part. So I'm going to appeal to the minister to read that page and don't let the opposition let him cut his speech short.
Member from St. Mary's Central, before you take the floor, let me remind all members of this House that unless you are the person presenting, you only ask a question. And for those who love to make long speeches before they get to the question, we are going to minus the time. All right? So let's have member from St. Mary's Central question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. But just to assure you that my parliamentary principles are grounded many years in this House. Question, Minister. You mentioned that baby chicks will be given as part of the productive incentive program and that you want them in time for Christmas. No, Christmas is 6 weeks away, and it means that they should be already in the areas. No. I mean, it takes 6 weeks to market, Minister. So I am asking if measures are being taken to ensure that there's an expeditious delivery to the farmers so that they can get them in time for market as Christmas, as you have indicated.
All right, let me thank all the members. Let me start with the member from St. Mary. So just to highlight, we have an ongoing poultry program, right? So thus far, we had earmarked to distribute about 100,000 birds, right? And we have passed the 70% mark. That's a mixture of broiler chicks and also layers, right? So that is ongoing. Yeah, so that is ongoing. In relation to the parliamentary program, the indication is that we'll get that out this week so that you can start treating with your farmers this week. So that is the intention in that regard. For the member from Western St. Mary, yes, so very good question in relation to our Irish program. So I didn't mention the Irish and Onion because those are separate flagship programs, and we plan to have a launch event for it for this month. But just to say, we have $100 million as a part of our Irish program. A lot of our better Irish farmers are from St. Mary, and we will be supporting them. In fact, we already have the Irish seeds are already here, and we are starting distribution this week. So your farmers, especially that New Pen area, can look forward. And you will know that we're also looking to come up with a solution for the water in relation to New Pen, in relation to that area. I will address some of the matters mentioned by the member from Northwest Manchester. It took me a little time because normally you're not really sure who is going to respond to agriculture from the other side, because clearly they do not believe that agriculture is important enough to have a spokesperson who sits in the House of Parliament. But with that said, yeah, with that said, I thank the member from Northwest Manchester who raised a number of good matters. So a couple of things. So in relation to the hurricane burial assistance, I think most people appreciate that recovery is a process. It takes time. So each week we get to more farmers, right? We have a long-standing challenge in relation to the number of our extension officers vis-a-vis the number of our farmers. One extension officer serves about 1,000 farmers, so that is a real challenge. Part of what we've been trying to do is to infuse technology so that we can serve our farmers better by spreading our wings using the technology. So we now have rather mobile applications on Android and on iPhone that people can download. They can actually go and self-report when they have damage, things of that nature. So it will take up some time, but we are moving. So as I said, we're over 22,000 farmers and counting. We would have just started our greenhouse program, and last week, Friday, we would have started distribution to greenhouse farmers in Manchester and in St. Elizabeth. I was with member cousins last week, Wednesday, in Clarendon by Denby, where we would have given some farmers some support. So each week, we reach to more farmers. I want to say to the farmers, those who have not yet been reached, we are coming to you, because step by step we're leading the recovery process. In relation to imports, I'll make it very, very clear. As Minister of Agriculture, I do not like imports, right? That is not our focus. We focus first on driving local production. The only time we look to imports is if our local production has fallen short because of weather events. So what we have seen from Hurricane Beryl is that where we had challenges would have been in our vegetable lines. So we had challenges around our leafy vegetables, and as such, normally where you have that shortfall, you would look to see if you tap into supplemental sources. So the only areas that we've tapped into thus far is around our vegetables and our fruits. Clearly, we had significant loss in relation to things like cantaloupe, and as such, we look to shore up that supply chain. That's what we will do with this approach in terms of Raphael. So it's not automatic, and the only people who we treat with are people who already have a market. If you don't have a market, then, you know, when it comes to import, we want to ensure that whoever is importing, it is going into a set marketplace. It's not just to import and have a free-for-all. So that is how we're treated with it. In relation to the farm roads, two things. We have changed how we looked at the farm roads, and I agree with you, member. This year when I looked at it, I said to the team, we have to see if we can up the individual road allocation. We have to ensure that we're putting in drains in our roads where they need culverts, put in the culverts. So what it does mean is that it might not stretch as far, but at the end of the day, we have more durable roads. And thus far, I've been looking at some of the postings from the members. I'm seeing that the farm roads are coming with drains. I want to keep that up, right? So what it does mean, and I say it means that we will do less roads than we did last year, but the roads will be more durable, right? So I don't want that to become political fodder, because at the end of the day, we all have to do what's in the best interest of the country. We are going to be doing pilots around concrete roads. So we would have looked at two options, not just straight concrete roads, but our major concrete provider has a solution that they have implemented in other parts of the Americas. So we have already identified 3 roads in different climatic conditions across the country. We plan to do that before the end of the financial year so that we can see What is the stretch, what is the value, and how do they stand up to the elements? Once we come up with a solution that is durable and is cost effective, then we will embark on that solution. And finally, I recognize that the member from Southwest St. Andrew just wanted to make a fundamental point. I understand that, you know, some people are still bounded. I wasn't born in the 1970s. So I appreciate the need to try and validate a time period. Every leader, allow me to respond. Allow me to respond. Allow me to respond.
Yeah, you're imputing motive. I didn't stand to validate anything. I did not stand to validate anything. And it is time we recognize that individuals have an opinion that must also
imputed. I was giving my opinion as to my view of what the member said. And in my opinion, it came across as an attempt to validate. And if she would allow me, she would recognize that I'm not necessarily saying something bad. No, allow me. So I definitely believe that any message around self-sufficiency, around ensuring that we can feed ourselves, is a message to be supported, regardless of the political party, regardless of the person. It is a message to be supported. And it is a message that has carried across multiple administrations. So, of course, Michael Manley spoke about it. Edward Seaga did something about it, right? That is when we had Agro 21. That is when we had the AMC. That is when we had storage. What is not acceptable is talk without action. So the difference now, Mr. Speaker, is that when we say eat what you grow and grow what we eat, we're also saying we're investing $10 billion in irrigation so that you can have access to water, so that you can grow sufficient food, so we can eat what we grow and grow what we eat. We're also saying we're investing millions in storage. We're investing millions in our youth. So we're not just giving a tagline. We're giving something that action comes behind. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member, whenever you rise to speak, before you just go flowing, you have to be acknowledged by the speaker. I sat here and I watched you turn the mic on for me to give you the go-ahead, and you start speaking without even saying anything. All right, madam? Thank you very much. You're raising a point of order. Would love to make sure that when you get to the point where you are going to be permitted to speak, that you speak to the point of order and not to go rambling off on something else.
Mr. Speaker, before I get to the point of order, I must say that I take umbrage to what you have just said, and I find it extremely disrespectful. And I am tired of coming to Parliament, and because you guys don't agree with us, you are as disrespectful as you are. I would not even dignify with continuing with a conversation here.
Once again, all of us must remember that we must always stay above. I am saying to you, whenever you rise on a point of order, get to the point of order. That's all. All right? Do you wish to raise a point of order? Okay, thank you very much. Announcements.
Laid on the table of the House are the following: annual report and audited financial statements of the Factories Corporation of Jamaica Limited for the financial year 2016-2017. Annual report and audited financial statements of the Jamaica Mortgage Bank for the financial year 2022-2023. Annual reports of the Jamaica Promotions Corporations for the financial year 2022-2023. Ministry papers entitled Cabinet Agenda Issues, numbered 7982 of 2024, dated June 3, 2024, June 10, 2024, June 17, 2024, and June 24, 2024. The Civil Service Establishment General Order 2024 and Resolution under the Civil Service Establishment Act, the Road Traffic License Duties Order 2024 and its resolution under the Road Traffic Act, the Customs Tariff Revision Amendment Resolution 2024 under the Customs Act, Jamaica Hansard, Parliamentary Proceedings of the Honorable House of Representatives, Session 2017 to 2018, Volume 43, Number 2, dated September 12, 2017 to December 6, 2017.
Bills brought from the Senate. Petitions. Papers. Report from committees. Notice of motion given orally. Member from South Catherine, Southwestern, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, may I say that these are motions that are being reintroduced that passed through before. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House I will move. Whereas the road infrastructure in most of the housing schemes in Jamaica are in deplorable conditions, and where those roads continue to deteriorate without any maintenance by government, and where some of these housing schemes are existent in excess of 50 to 60 years, and where successive governments at the central and local level have refused to assume responsibility for these infrastructures, and where such actions by government result in severe difficulties and suffering for Jamaicans living in these housing schemes, and where these residents are taxpayers and most of them are poor, less fortunate Jamaicans, be it resolved that this Parliament calls on the government to immediately assume responsibility for all road infrastructures in housing schemes throughout Jamaica, and when funds are available, commence the necessary repairs and rehabilitation needed to bring all these roads into proper and suitable and usable condition. And be it further resolved that in all further developments, a condition for developmental approval is that at the time of issuance of the first title to homeowners, the title to all road infrastructure and common areas be transferred to the local government, Kingston St. Andrew Municipal Corporation, or any other local authority, including but not limited to the National Works Agency, in order that such entity can exercise the right of ownership inclusive of maintenance. I wish to further move, Mr. Speaker, at the next sitting of the House. Whereas a large number of Jamaicans fall below the poverty line, and whereas many of these affected are senior citizens, and whereas during the 1960s, 1970s, and 1980s, the government, through the Ministry of Social Security, provided monthly allowance to the elderly who were not recipient of pension, and whereas in many cases, this was the only source of income for some of those who benefited from the program. And whereas the need of the poor and elderly are greater now than then, be it resolved that Parliament calls the government to immediately reinstitute the old age benefit scheme. Mr. Speaker, I wish to withdraw item 32 that I laid earlier on and replace thus. Whereas Section 7, subsection 2 of the first schedule of the Electoral Commission Interim Act 2006 provide for members of the Electoral Commission to be paid compensation equal to that of puisne judges. And whereas Parliament amended this provision to provide emolument for the chairman of the Electoral Commission equal to that of a senior puisne judge. And whereas the Commission has provided for a most generous pension, gratuities, and retirement benefit scheme because of Section 10, subsection 1 of the Electoral Commission Interim Act 2006, and where subsection 7, subsection 2 of the first schedule of the Electoral Commission Act 2006 was for the commissioners to be employed on a full-time basis, and whereby the commissioners now meet only part-time, averaging 4 hours per month, and when there are no elections or enumeration, they do not meet for months. And where the task being performed by the Commission can in no way compare to that being performed by puisne judges or senior puisne judges who work long hours. And whereas in 2020, the emolument for puisne judges and senior puisne judges included $4,210,634 for housing, $276,091 for entertainment, $207,177 as library allowance, $601,245 as leave allowance, and $200,000 for security allowance. And whereas of 2021, salaries and allowances were combined as a single package. And whereas emolument for puisne judges for the period 2021-22 was $20 million, for the period 22-23, $24 million, and 23-24, $26 million. Emolument for senior puisne judges for the period 21-22, $21,500,000, period 22-23, $25,500,000, and for the period 23-24, $27,500,000. And where persons who serve on other government commissions, the Police Service Commission, the Civil Service Commission, among others, do not receive as generous a package as those serving on the Electoral Commission. Be it resolved that this Honourable House amend the Electoral Commission Interim Act 2006 by deleting Section 10, subsection 1, and Section 7, subsection 2, Subsection 7, subsection 3, and Section 7, subsection 4 of the first schedule of the said Act 2006. Be it further resolved that a new formula be found to determine the emolument to be paid to members of the Electoral Commission, commensurate with their part-time position.
Members, the member from St. Catherine Southwestern has asked that the matter at number 32 on the order paper be withdrawn. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. The matter has been withdrawn from the order paper. Member from St. Catherine, Southeastern.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that the next meeting of this House, I will move whereas Standing Order 32C, Section 1 stipulates that the state of the constituency debate shall last no longer than 6 weeks. And whereas, Mr. Speaker, in 2024-2025, state of the constituency debate commenced on October 7th, 2024, and the 6 weeks period will therefore expire on November 12, 2024. Be it resolved that notwithstanding Standing Order 32C, Section 1, the state of the constituency debate is extended until December 17th, 2024. Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing order to enable me to take the motion.
Member from St. Andrew Eastern. Madam, let me to extend my sincere congratulations on your elevation to the new position.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You're right. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. The Civil Service Establishment Act. The Civil Service Establishment General Order 2024 Resolution, whereas Section 3.1 of the Civil Service Establishment Act, herein referred to as the Act, provides that, subject to the provisions of the Constitution of Jamaica, relating to the holders of public offices and of the Act, the Minister may, by order, constitute or abolish offices in the public service. And whereas Section 3.2 of the Act provides that an order made under Section 3 of the Act may from time to time determine the numbers of any office specified thereunder, determine the emoluments to be attached to any office, and make such incidental, consequential, and supplemental provisions as the Minister thinks necessary or expedient to give full effect to the order. And whereas Section 3.3 of the Act provides that an order under Section 3 of the Act may provide that it shall have effect from such date, not earlier than the first day of February 1976, as may be specified therein. And whereas Section 3.4 of the Act provides that an order made under Section 3 of the Act shall be subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives. And whereas on the 22nd day of October 2024, the Minister made the Civil Service Establishment General Order 2024. Now, therefore, be it resolved by this Honorable House as follows. This resolution may be cited as the Civil Service Establishment General Order 2024 Resolution. The Civil Service Establishment General Order 2024, which was laid on the table of the House of the 12th day of November 2024 is affirmed. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give further notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. The Road Traffic Act, the Road Traffic License Duty Order 2024 Resolution. Whereas Section 18 of the Road Traffic Act, herein referred to as the Act, provides that the minister responsible for finance may, after consultation with the minister responsible for transport, by order, revoke, increase, reduce, or alter any license duty specified in the third schedule. And whereas, by virtue of Section 18.2 of the Act, an order made under Section 18.1 of the Act shall be subject to affirmative resolution. And whereas, on the 15th day of October 2024, the Minister made the Road Traffic License Duty Order 2024. And whereas it is desirable that the Road Traffic License Duties Order 2024 be affirmed, now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. This resolution may be cited as the Road Traffic License Duties Order 2024 Resolution. The Road Traffic License Duties Order 2024 is hereby affirmed. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give further notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. The Customs Act, the Customs Tariff Revision Amendment Resolution 2024. Whereas Section 5.1 of the Customs Act provides that it shall be lawful for the House of Representatives from time to time by resolution to impose import or export duties of customs upon any goods whatsoever which may be imported into or exported from the island, and to revoke, reduce, increase, or alter any such duties, and to provide for the importation or exportation of any goods without payment of custom duties thereon. And whereas the House of Representatives, with effect from the first day of January 1973, by resolution entitled the Customs Tariff Revision Resolution 1972, imposed the import customs duties set out in the first schedule to the resolution. And whereas it is desirable to amend the first schedule to the Customs Tariff Revision Resolution in the manner herein appearing, now therefore be it resolved by the House of Representatives as this resolution may be cited as the Customs Tariff Resolution Amendment Resolution 2024 Revision. I'm sorry, I'll read that again. This resolution may be cited as the Customs Tariff Revision Amendment Resolution 2024 and shall be read and construed as one with the Customs Tariff Revision Resolution 1972, hereinafter referred to as the principal resolution, and all amendments thereto, with effect from the first day of April 2024 and the 31st day of March 2029. The first schedule to the principal resolution is amended in Chapter 87 under the subheading 87.11, motorcycles including mopeds and cycles fitted with auxiliary motor with or without sidecars, by deleting the items relating to tariff code number 8711.60.90 and submitting, therefore, the following. Other, exceeding 3 years since the date of manufacture. This is a table. Other, 3 years or less since the date of manufacture. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion. Thank you.
Question and answers to questions.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire of the House Leader?
House Leader.
Yes. Could you indicate a schedule for the answering of all the questions that are now overdue?
Mr. Speaker, a number of questions. There's a process, and a number of the questions, the answers to the questions are coming in, and the member can be assured that in short order, these questions. No, you don't schedule answers because answers have to flow from ministers and ministries, as you know. So to ask that is a redundant question. Just to advise you that even this morning, I went through a set that actually have come in. But answers are not given because the answers come. They have to go through a process to get to you, as you know. Yes. So just to make you be satisfied in your mind that the answers are going to be given to the questions that are on the table.
Motion that may be made at the commencement of public business, requiring notice. Motions relating to the sitting of the House. Motion for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. Public business.
Mr. Speaker, just ahead of the public business, which will commence with the motion by the member from St. Catherine Southeast with regards to the extension of the constituency, state of constituency debate. I'm moving that there be a suspension of the standing orders to allow for a recommittal of the item statements by ministers to enable the Prime Minister to make a statement. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
The request is on the floor that we ask for a recommittal, a suspension of the standing order and have a recommittal to statement by ministers. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I'm asked, I do have the copies of the statements. Oh, they've Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker. Maybe it's that bow tie. Or another host. Mr. Speaker, in recent years, Jamaica has encountered several significant weather events, especially during the late hurricane season, particularly the months of October and November. In November 2020, tropical storms Eta and Zeta brought extensive rain and flooding across Jamaica. In November 2021, we had a stationary trough between November 5th and 9th that produced 220% of the average rainfall for the entire month of November in only 4 days, causing extensive flooding in Montego Bay and its environs. In November 2023, tropical cyclone number 22 led to flood rains from November 15th to 19th. This year, the trend has continued with Tropical Storm Raphael and subsequent heavy rains impacting the island. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, human actions have accelerated climate change, and we are witnessing its effects at a faster rate than predicted, with unusual weather patterns globally, including severe floods in Spain and a rare deluge in the Sahara Desert. Mr. Speaker, we can't say it enough. Climate change is real. For the average Jamaican, it is not yet an issue that they consider as an impact on their daily lives. But it would be a delusionary way of thinking, Mr. Speaker. Every single day, the climate impacts on our daily lives, including on our roadway, including generally on our infrastructure. No, it is our intention, Mr. Speaker, to continue to be persistent in this matter and to ensure that developing countries like Jamaica, who have not contributed in any way or benefited from the excessive use of carbon for development, Mr. Speaker, we must continue to be advocates for climate justice. Mr. Speaker, the government has responded to these challenges by not only reacting to immediate needs, but also investing in long-term infrastructure resilience. The SPARK project, which stands for Shared Prosperity Through Accelerated Improvement to our Road Network, is a comprehensive initiative with a budget of 40 billion Jamaican dollars for road rehabilitation, with an additional 5 billion for water pipeline laying. May I add, Mr. Speaker, that this $45 billion is the largest investment in our roads and water infrastructure ever by the government of Jamaica. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this is not about the highways or building our new bridges. This is about investing in our local and community roads. In other words, Mr. Speaker, this is the investment that will impact the lives of the ordinary Jamaicans, the road that passes your gate. Partnering with the Ministry of Finance, the National Work Agency, and other entities have ensured, Mr. Speaker, that this project will begin implementation this year. The project will last over 3 years. It will begin in this financial year, yes, and will last over 3 financial years. Under this project, 60 main roads and approximately 600 priority roads across 63 constituencies have been identified, demonstrating our commitment to developing our infrastructure nationwide, but in an equitable way. Let me repeat that. Under this program, 60 main roads across the island and approximately 600 priority roads across all constituencies. Cabinet approval. Cabinet approval has been given for the project, and we expect to start in the first half of December. And when we say start, we mean actually the mobilization of works in constituencies. Mr. Speaker, there are many steps that have to be taken for such a program to be effective. There are many agencies that have to be coordinated. We have to follow all the regulations. We haven't skipped any or cut any. We have tried to follow all the rules because, to be clear, Mr. Speaker, the SPARK program is not a patching program. For all the Jamaicans who are very frustrated about their roads, who are protesting, who are demonstrating, we hear you. We understand. We drive on these roads too. We are not pretending as if there is no bad road. Mr. Speaker, I have to repeat over and over again. It's not the Jamaica Labour Party government that create bad road in Jamaica. We have had bad roads for the last 40 or more years. Bad roads, Mr. Speaker. This administration will never say that poor workmanship, poor material, poor design is not a cause of some of the bad road conditions that we have. That is indisputable. Nobody debates that. And we must improve that. But the real cause of the problems that citizens are experiencing now is that Jamaica's infrastructure has aged without any systematic investment in the maintenance of the infrastructure. Roads that were built decades ago were not maintained. And the question must be asked, everyone who is protesting about roadways, why was this not done? It wasn't done because you did not elect governments that could create the proper economic management of the resources of the country, to give the budget to support routine and consistent maintenance of the road. Mr. Speaker, roads are not built to last forever. Roads have what they call an engineered lifetime. And the engineered lifetime of the road can only be extended if when a crack appears, you maintain it. A pothole appears, you patch it. It gets a little rain damage, you fix it. But for decades, that was not being done. Rain events happen, tropical storms happen, all kinds of things happen, damage the roads. They're not repaired. They are left there. The asphalt that is on the road, it's there for 30, 40 years. After that time, that breaks down. And if it is not replaced, it will deteriorate. Jamaica is at a point in time where we are suffering from aged infrastructure. It happens not just to Jamaica. Recently, the United States had to put forward an investment bill to invest in their infrastructure because they had the same problem. Aged infrastructure. The only way to solve aged infrastructure is not demonstration. The only way to solve it is by ensuring that you have an economy that can generate the revenues to invest. So, Mr. Speaker, it's one thing to come and make a political point about roads. It is another thing to be able to do something about it. Mr. Speaker, we have seen politicians come and pontificate and make promises about roads. pothole-free by 2003. Mr. Speaker, we are here in 2024, and the people who made that promise then are the same people who are coming now to complain. Why didn't they make Jamaica pothole-free in 2003? Why? You know why, Mr. Speaker? Because they did not create the economy to do it. And what they do now is to go around and play upon people's frustration without looking at exactly what needs to be done. Well, this administration, Mr. Speaker, knows exactly what needs to be done. So I can stand here, Mr. Speaker, and say, because we have focused on the economy, and there are those who confuse this thing, they say, Prime Minister, you mustn't talk about the economy because people want to hear about bread and butter. Bread and butter, Mr. Speaker, is the economy, and the economy is bread and butter. There is no bread to butter without an economy. And so I talk about our economic progress, which the other side doesn't like to hear about because they can't talk about economic progress. Mr. Speaker, if the Jamaican people
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's time for speaking, having the Prime Minister's time for speaking having been expired, I beg to move that the Prime Minister's time be extended sufficiently for him to complete the statement. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
The request is on the floor that the time be extended for the Prime Minister to complete his presentation. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes of it. Mr. Prime Minister, you may continue.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank the House for their understanding.
Your mic, sir.
Thank the House for their agreement for me to proceed, the forbearance. Before I was stopped in my track, Mr. Speaker, I was about to make the point that we are able to address the road situation in a systematic way because we have managed the economy well. So for all my Jamaican brothers and sisters who are rightfully complaining about the roads, rightfully upset about the roads, there is hope, not false hope, not a false promise. This government does not operate in a pitchy-patchy way, where we just patch a pothole and patch something here and say, yes, that's the solution. Yes, we have to put in programs to give temporary relief, but we have designed a program now which in the next 10 years will see all of Jamaica's roads brought up to international standards. I have been at pains to explain to the communities that I have been in and persons that I have met with exactly what the government is doing. I have, in this House, addressed it as well. I am not seeing where it has caught on generally, but I will use every opportunity to keep explaining because I know that our citizens are upset, really, about their road conditions. The first thing that we have done as an administration in trying to come to grips with Jamaica's aging infrastructure, particularly our roads, is to do a thorough assessment as to how many kilometers of roadways we have in Jamaica. That wasn't done in a long time. In fact, when we looked at the records, they were outdated. We were operating on the illusion that we had about 20,000 kilometers of roads. At the last check that we are at 27,000 kilometers, and we are not complete as yet. 27,000 kilometers of roads. I don't know where you got 30 from. 27,000 kilometers. We didn't have a register, Mr. Speaker, of all our parish council roads, all our NWA roads, and all the orphan roads. And now we are putting together that register. The next step from that is to work out what is the state of repair of all the roads. Then, from that, we work out what would be the budget necessary to bring all the roads up to an acceptable state of repairs, and over how many budgets you will have to do that. This is the program that is being worked out. Now, there are some other decisions that we will have to make. How should all of these roads be managed once we have the full register of roads? Should they continue to be managed parish council versus NWA versus we don't know who owns these roads? Or do we need more like a national road management to manage the improvement of all the roads? Because where the roads are now, you really need a massive capital injection. But that is a decision, Mr. Speaker, to come. I'm putting this for consideration and public debate. But we are internally already examining how do we manage all of these roads that we have. There are other parts of this discussion. I'll reserve that for another time. But having started that process, the next step would have been how do we make an immediate allocation for capital improvement of the aged infrastructure that we have, and that is the SPARK program. That's the first major step of making a fiscal allocation against the register of roads that we have to extend the engineered useful life of the roads that we have, and then to make another allocation to ensure that the roads that we have improved, that we continue to maintain them so that they don't fall into disrepair. All of that is being developed. So you now will have, courtesy of this administration, an improved system of managing the roads. Now, this does not, Mr. Speaker, remove the responsibility for not just having a proper register of the roads, which for us, the Gazette of Roads would form that register, but we must improve the management of how our roads are maintained. We get so many complaints about poor workmanship, poor material use, poor design, and that is a part, Mr. Speaker, of the reforms that this government is planning for the NWA and the local authorities as it relates to the efficient and effective management of the maintenance of our roads. And I will be coming to this House with more details of some of the proposals. We have started with putting in a performance-based systems for contractors through the procurement system. That is being dealt with, and you will hear more about that. And there are some other measures which we will take. But today, Mr. Speaker, my statement was not on roads, but I was inspired to make those comments based upon things that I'm seeing. So, Mr. Speaker, we expect that by the first half of December, we will see some mobilization of this $45 billion SPARK program to give the public hope that, yes, there will be fundamental change to how our aged road infrastructure is managed. You can expect that 60 main roads and 600 roads, by the way, roads which you chose through consultations, will start being repaired, and not just patched, but serious total rehabilitation. So I ask, not necessarily for the patience of the public, but certainly for their understanding as we go about improving Jamaica's aged infrastructure. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, we have launched the REACH Road Repair Program in response to Hurricane Beryl's impact and prolonged rainfall subsequent. This initiative has a number of components: $500 million cleanup effort, which was managed by the NSWMA, and that removed bulky waste right across the country. I saw that in action with the with the tipper trucks and the crane trucks that we bought for the NSWMA, removing cars, abandoned cars, and other debris across Jamaica, worked very effectively. We spent $800 million on a cleanup program removing down trees and other debris, and that was managed by the NWA. And I dare say, Mr. Speaker, that we did a fairly good job in removing the debris and cleaning up so that Jamaica got back to normalcy very quickly after Hurricane Beryl. So in addition, $3 billion has been allocated for minor road repairs following the effects of Beryl, and we are spending $1.5 billion, which started in September and will end in December 2024. The Minister without portfolio with responsibility for works would have pointed out that the program has hit upon several snags, the main one being, Mr. Speaker, that you can't patch during rain. And I ask again for the public's understanding that we have started to patch, but there are significant challenges with patching during the rain. Once the asphalt gets cold, you know, you don't want to waste the asphalt. So we have to be very carefully watching the weather reports to see when we can go out and patch, because we don't want to waste the public's resources. But as soon as there is a window, you will see us patching in full force. In January to March, we will start another phase of patching as well. Now, this initiative ensures swift interventions for compromised transportation routes, supporting safety and accessibility for Jamaicans across the island. Now, before Raphael passed on November the 5th, heavy rainfalls had already impacted Jamaica for over 3 weeks, exacerbating the impact of the storm. And, Mr. Speaker, we continue to experience rain as a tropical wave is expected to move across the island, which adds to the already dire situation. Our preliminary assessment reveals that 58 roads were significantly affected by landslides, mud flows, down trees, and flooding. Among the hardest hit parishes would be St. Catherine, which suffered extensive flooding and blockages, including the Bogwalk Gorge. Now, thanks to the round-the-clock effort of the NWA, the fire department, and it's not safe, and other areas and other entities, we have managed to clear the massive boulder. But even though we have cleared the boulder, and we have said that you could have single-lane access to the gorge, to section, my advice is that if you don't have to use it, don't use it. I would say it is still not yet safe. So I would advise great caution. Great caution in using the gorge. Tragically, 2 persons lost their lives in floodwaters in the gorge. I extend my sincere condolences to their families and friends. Luidersville, in the Worthy Park area, I believe. I said the gorge, forgive me. Mr. Speaker, this tragedy should remind all Jamaicans to prioritize safety during these weather events. Now, in addition, we also had severe conditions in West Rural St. Andrew, where the roadway from Coakley to Mount Erie has been cut off, impacting communities such as Mount Prospect and McGlashan. I hope I got that name correct. This damage, which occurred before Tropical Storm Raphael, highlights the need for sustained repair efforts. Preliminary estimates are that $647 million in damages across the island would be needed, with approximately $311 million required for immediate road clearance and repairs. However, no special allocation has been made, as various pools of funds have already been allocated. Members of Parliament are therefore advised to prudently use the funds to maximize value and impact. Mr. Speaker, I have directed the National Works Agency to accelerate technical assessments, enabling swift governmental decisions for community access and restoration of the access. The Ministry of Local Government and the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management are already on the ground providing support to affected residents. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the situation, including the tragic loss of 2 lives due to the storm, we give thanks to God that we were spared a direct hit, especially as the early indications were for a direct hit from the south. We extend our thoughts and prayers to our neighboring countries that were also affected. We again acknowledge those Jamaicans who played their part in ensuring that their neighbors were safe, who played their part in clearing blocked roads and observing all the warnings and following the necessary safety protocols when such disaster have affected us. Mr. Speaker, I have spoken in this House before about the quality of our infrastructure, and I do believe it is worthy of repeating so that every Jamaican understands the challenges. Our legacy infrastructure was never designed to handle the intensity of today's climate events. Our aging infrastructure is being overwhelmed by the heavy rains and climate change events. In addition, waste management poses a significant challenge as garbage and debris continue to clog our culverts and exacerbate flooding. Thus, while the government is investing in better infrastructure, we also need to make parallel progress in our behavior. Disposal habits must improve to prevent unnecessary blockages that worsen flooding conditions. As we seek to respond to the effects of Tropical Storm Raphael and the heavy rains in the preceding 3 weeks, as well as subsequent to the storm, the government has approved $22 million per constituency for the annual constituency-based mitigation and cleanup program. Mr. Speaker, though this program is being implemented just before the Utile season, let me emphasize that this is not a Christmas work program. There is a notion Mr. Speaker, let me be clear in my words. There is a notion that at a certain time of the year, particularly at Christmas, the government would make certain allocations that have previously been described as Christmas work. Some persons would use another term which conveys a kind of looser accountability, bolo work. Mr. Speaker, those days are gone. Those days are gone. That doesn't exist anymore. Every work that the government allocates, every resource that the government allocates for public works goes through a rigorous process of accountability. There is no money to be gotten without work to show for it. I think it needs to be said because there is an expectation among some persons that, yes, government allocate this Christmas work, we just collect a thing and no work is done for it. That is not the case. All of these works go through a rigorous process. They are audited, they are reviewed, and the agencies are held accountable. Work must be done. Now, we have allocated these resources on what is called the routine maintenance cycle. And it follows the rain cycle, especially. So November is usually a rainy month, and so we do routine maintenance in and around this period of time. It so happens that it coincides with the Christmas season. And that is why some people may confuse it and call it Christmas work, but it is not. It is a part of the routine maintenance cycle, which happens to coincide with Christmas. And as the member from St. Catherine, North Central pointed out, there is no other funds coming for Christmas. So, this is a routine initiative, including strict oversight, ensuring funds are utilized efficiently for road clearance, drain cleaning, garbage collection, and sanitation. It addresses specific priorities, including reopening blocked roads, drains, cleaning drains, road repairs, and constructing minor retaining walls and culverts where possible under the program. The $22 million per constituency is allocated as follows. $10 million for road rehabilitation, with flexibility to reallocate up to $5 million from other categories if needed, allowing for a maximum of $15 million for road repairs. So, members of Parliament have a certain pool allocated to them, or rather allocated to their constituency. To be clear, Mr. Speaker, the reason why we do this is to allow for greater impact at the community level. It is to give the members of Parliament the ability to respond to local pressures. $15 million, Mr. Speaker, let me be clear, that cannot fix an entire road. It maybe will give you at most 2 kilometers if you're just doing a simple overlay. Maybe 3 if you're doing it in sections. But that can't repair an entire road. So the Member of Parliament has to use it to respond where issues may arise. So, for example, you have a major pothole in an area that you want to deal with right away. There's a critical piece of road that people use for, carry goods to market, to get to school, and you want to correct some problems there. That's for the intervention. In general, members of Parliament would have, based upon what we have allocated under the REACH program, and this possibly 30 million in total. But you have to use it with great discretion and use it to ease the pain points in your constituency. I have to be at great pains here to say it will not solve every problem, but at least use it to solve those major ones. Mr. Speaker, $6 million out of the 22 is allocated for bushing, with a minimum allocation of $3 million, but with a potential for $3 million reallocation from other categories, making a maximum of $9 million if necessary. Let me say a little bit on this. So what we are allocating, the standard, is $6 million. But you can't fall below 3. In other words, you can't reallocate away below 3 from the program. But you can reallocate from other areas in the program to bushing another $3 million. So in total, if you choose, you could have up to $9 million for bushing. Let me say a few words on the bushing component. Mr. Speaker, to be clear then, because the member, my sister neighbor from St. Andrews Southwest, the allocation, the standard allocation is $6 million. However, you cannot use less than $3 million because you could decide to allocate from bushing to roads. right? Because roads is 10, so you could take 3 and put it onto roads, but you can't go below 3. Or you could reallocate from somewhere else to bushing on top of your standard 6, so you would get 9. So minimum 3 million, maximum 9 out of the 22. Mr. Speaker, I have observed that we did an extensive program of cleaning and debushing just after the passage of Hurricane Beryl. And within 3 to 4 weeks, the entire place is overrun. And I have received the complaints, I've seen the comments being made about Jamaica being overgrown and the roads being overgrown. So in this allocation of the routine maintenance program, $9 million is for bushing. I urge the members of Parliament to use it effectively to ensure that certainly going into the Christmas season, we can look decent. Mr. Speaker, we have made a standard allocation of $3 million for garbage collection. $3 million for garbage collection. And again, this is to help with the cleanup of the entire Jamaica. But more importantly, we are concerned that there could be a rise in the mosquito vector and the dengue issue could resurface again. So I say to members of Parliament that you should use these resources strategically to ensure that areas where mosquitoes could breed, particularly where you have old refrigerators, tires, and so forth, you do a cleanup to keep that vector under control. So the average allocation is $3 million, but we have allowed you the flexibility, if you don't need it in your area, to reallocate a maximum of $2 million away from the garbage collection. So you could take $2 million from garbage and put it elsewhere, on bushing or wherever else. But the minimum expenditure should be $1 million in terms of removing bulky waste. We have also allocated $3 million for drain cleaning. Mr. Speaker, drain cleaning is an important part of the local authority's responsibility. It's really a municipal responsibility to make sure that those drains running off the roads, those small drag lines, those small gullies, that they are cleared. Well, I mean, you can use it on a big gully, but it wouldn't do the entire gully. I mean, if you needed to clear up massive blockage in a gully, you could. But we are really targeting those small drains which are necessary to prevent flooding on roadways. Yes, that's what I'm saying. So you have the drains. So, Mr. Speaker, we have allocated $3 million. Again, the MP should really use it strategically. You won't be able to clean every drain, but certainly those where you identify a flooding risk, where flooding could affect several houses on a road. You want to make sure that those drains are cleared. So, Mr. Speaker, we have allowed the MPs to be able to make a reallocation of $2 million away from this area if they so choose. So we have worked it out quite accurately, Mr. Speaker. I know some MPs are trying to say it's 25 and 24. I know some would double the amount, but the amount, Mr. Speaker, is $22 million. We have set some standard ways in which the funding is broken down, and we have given flexibility to the MPs to make reallocations, but the government wants some strategic direction. So number one priority in this allocation is the MPs to use the funds to impact the road conditions that persons are experiencing. The second priority is to clean up Jamaica with the bushing program, to remove the overgrowth on roads. And then you can use garbage collection and drain cleaning as a backup to those two priorities. So that's the structure of the national program. And it's MP driven. The member from, what is that now? St. Catherine, South East Central, wants me to say that the MPs don't get the money in their hands. And let me be clear on that. The MPs do not get any money in their hands at all. And one of the reasons why we come to Parliament and announce it is so that there is transparency around the project. And it is a way to ensure that MPs use the funding in a timely manner and in an effective manner. So, the government recognizes that the constituency needs vary, and this allowance of reallocation flexibility will ensure that the MPs can have a targeted approach by constituency. The program will be implemented by the National Works Agency and the National Solid Waste Management Authority, with funds allocated directly to the necessary works, ensuring no deductions for agency fees. Further advisories will be issued to MPs to guide how the program is operationalized. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I am encouraging all members of Parliament to urgently put their programs together, bearing in mind all the procedures that have to be followed. Mr. Speaker, I'm also saying that the work should be done on roads and other infrastructure in a manner that shows a visible impact. So sometimes, Mr. Speaker, we see some attempt at just brushing on a little whitewash. That is not enough. If it is that you want to beautify by clearing the bushes and moving the garbage. But it makes no sense to just run a little bit of whitewash while the garbage is still there and the place is still overgrown. This work must be focused on making a visible and tangible impact on the pain points that the public experiences. So, Mr. Speaker, the funds are available until the end of February. I want to be clear on this. If the funds are not used by the end of February, they will go back to the consolidated fund. Mr. Speaker, the funds must be used by the end of February. Otherwise, it will go back to the consolidated fund. I'm hearing the suggestion, Mr. Speaker, that a pool should be created of unused funds, but you wouldn't be able to do that in time for the end of the budget year. And that is why we have given the longest time that we could, which is the end of February. And if you are not completed the funds by the end of February, then it will go back. But at least you would have started. Once you're in procurement, you have started. That's critical to understand. So, Mr. Speaker, I've started the project earlier than I did last year to give enough time. I know last year there was a real crunch in trying to meet the many steps for accountability. So we have given enough time for MPs to meet the accountability steps. Mr. Speaker, Jamaica faces many challenges, many challenges. One that is emerging now is our aging infrastructure. And I want all members of Parliament to come to grips with this. We have aging infrastructure. On Friday, I visited the site of the destroyed Troy Bridge on the border of Northwest and South, Northwest Manchester and South Trelawney. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, that bridge was built in 1865 or 1869. 1869, the colonial government built that bridge. It lasted for 155 years. A weather event came and totally destroyed it. A tropical storm, not even a hurricane. Totally destroyed it. That is the perfect microcosm of what is happening to the rest of Jamaica. The infrastructure that was built from the colonial government's time to what we have now, that infrastructure cannot carry us for the next 100 years. And therefore, we need to have a massive capital investment program to replace all the infrastructure that is aged, dated, and falling apart. That cannot happen overnight. But the commitment that we give you, the people of Jamaica, is that we have started the process of coming to grips with the problem, making the budgetary allocation, putting in place the programs, and we give you the guarantee that within the next decade, Jamaica's infrastructure will be the best in the Caribbean. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Manchester Northwestern.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to start out by joining the Prime Minister, expressing condolences to the two individuals who lost their lives there in Worthy Park, St. Catherine, and to the many Jamaicans who have been affected by floodwaters or from Tropical Storm Raphael, and even before. You know, I know that we have not, many communities and many households have not really gotten a ease from the rains and making their lives a bit miserable. Mr. Speaker, you know, the Prime Minister came here with a lot of vim and vigor to, I'm not sure about the vitality part, but vim and vigor to hold others accountable for the failure of his own administration. No, because the Prime Ministers, for quite a number of days now, have been pointing fingers on others in the failure of the maintenance of the country's infrastructure, blaming others for what he has not done since his administration has been in power. Because if the Prime Minister does not remember, he keeps referring back to the 18 years, which ended 17 years ago. And of that 17 years, the JLP administration has been in power for 13 of those 17. And he keeps blaming the opposition, which for me is a failure of his own administration. Because, Mr. Speaker, we've been asking the Prime Minister about the drainage plan since 2019 that he announced that it has been completed. We have not seen anything done towards that drainage plan. We are hearing about Spark as if Spark will be the answer. The question, no, members, we appreciate the start and that something is being, you know, listen to me now. Hold on. Spark the Prime Minister said that there are 27,000 kilometers of road. And of that 27,000, by National Works Agency numbers, it will cost about $30 million per kilometer to overlay. If he is to spend that $20 million, you're getting about 740 kilometers of road out of 27,000. The Prime Minister has already announced the first phase, Mr. Speaker, which is $20 billion, which the government itself had to move to securitizing the revenue from Norman Manley International Airport to finance the first phase of Spark. So while we know where the revenue, where it is coming from, we're not sure where the second and third phase, as the Prime Minister said, it's over a 3-year, where that will be financed from. So we only guarantee at this point in time the first phase. At the same time, where is the maintenance program to deal with that? Because it is the same Prime Minister who went and cut the ribbon to the Southern Coastal Highway before it has even...
Five minutes. Mr. Speaker, the member's time for responding to the statement by the Prime Minister has expired. I beg to move that it be increased by 10 minutes to allow him to complete his presentation.
The request is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Member from Manchester Northwestern, you may continue.
So, Mr. Speaker, let me repeat the point I was making. Because we have been told that the Southern Coastal Highway has not yet been handed over by the contractor to the government, but yet still the Prime Minister went out here to cut ribbon. That the road is now open. Yet still, even though we are in the liability phase, well, we cannot be even in the liability phase because the road has not yet been handed over. So, what needs to happen, Mr. Speaker, is the Prime Minister himself and his administration needs to take some responsibility because, yes, the infrastructure has been deteriorating for a while. But yes, it is a fact that his administration has not done enough to maintain the infrastructure as we have it. And now, trying to market Spark and Reach. And as the member said, Reach not reaching and Spark not Spark. But has been using it as if it is the answer. And I keep asking the question, Mr. Speaker, where is the national planning dealing with our drainage? Because they have to be dealt with at the same time while we are dealing with our road network. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has announced that the Spark will start, or hopefully by the middle of December, projected to start. And we are still asking the question because we are still have not heard which contractor has the contract been awarded to. And we are less than 3 weeks away from the projected start of the Spark program. Hopefully the Prime Minister can shed some light on that so that the country can know who will be spending the $20 billion on behalf of the taxpayers. So, Speaker, The program that has just been announced by the Prime Minister. And I know despite the rains and the debushing, the demands that we have been getting from our constituents, because the $10 million that will be spent on the REACH program, the $10 million or the $22 million that will be spent per constituency at the end of the year, I'm going to make an appeal to the Prime Minister. Yes, yes. Because there are many of us, I can speak for myself, that will not be able to reallocate the fundings to get more bushing to be done. Because the size of many of our constituencies, especially rural constituencies, as I've always been saying to your Prime Minister, I know it is a hard call, but the demand of bushing, because we have not gotten a break from the rain, the $6 million that is allocated here, and seeing the demand for drain cleaning and the bulky waste. Because when I have to send a backhoe and trucks down to Evergreen, which is on the border basically of St. Elizabeth and Manchester, to go to the Martins Hill dump, which is closer to the town of Mandeville. The cost just to send a backhoe down there, I wouldn't be able to reallocate money from bulky waste to debushing or from bulky waste to patching. So if there can be a consideration, seeing the volume of rains that we have been getting, that there is a little uptick in the debushing amount, especially for rural constituencies. Mr. Speaker, I also will also end by making a request, the procurement department at the National Works Agency. There are many members of parliament, and I'm sure on both sides, where they have not even been in fulsome communication with the REACH program. We have only heard that pins have been developed, but no work yet has started. No, I am telling you, I'm not asking you. I can speak for myself.
The 10 million?
Right? On the 10 million. There are some members of parliament that communications from the parish offices have been late, because communication from head office has been late also. And during the end of year program, because of the challenges within the procurement department of the National Works Agency, even on Christmas Eve, there are some contractors that are being paid so that they can pay the workers who have executed the work. So if there can be some accommodation at this time because of the bulk of work that is being done, all 63 MPs using multiple contractors, if some accommodation can be made at the National Works Agency to bolster their department so that we can get a timely rollout of the contract sums to these contractors, that workers don't have to wait until after the Christmas. Well, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, again, as I started out, many Jamaicans and many communities, I myself have had demonstrations in my constituency, read the condition of roads. That community, Octon Betty, which is between Troy Bridge and Oxford, is in danger of cutting off now because of the constant flow of the river and the rains that we have been getting. And I'm sure the member from West Rural, St. Andrew, has her own challenges where communities have been totally cut off. And I'm sure that many communities are feeling the effects of tropical storms and the constant rain. And I want to join the Prime Minister in just asking Jamaicans to, it's hard to ask them to be patient because they have seen a bad infrastructure for a long time. But as a member of Parliament, I can do as much with the resources that I get from central government. And the issue, I spoke to Minister Morgan about the Spur Tree Road, Prime Minister. That in itself is a major thoroughfare between the east and western side of the island. It is in a deplorable condition. I understand that a contract has been signed and the National Works Agency has just received the insurance bond from the contractor. I know the weather will affect the timely repair of that road, but it has been waiting for a long time. We didn't have to wait until it got to this point, where on a daily basis, just yesterday, a young man hit a pothole and fell off of his bike because of the depth of that pothole, nearly losing his life. And many Jamaicans have been bursting their tires on that roadway. I'm happy to know that the contract has been signed, but in instances we don't have to wait so long so that it deteriorates to the point that we have to be spending way more than if we had cauterized it at the beginning. Mr. Speaker, may it please you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm always grateful when allocations are made to deal with issues that are important to the people that I represent. And this program represents one of them. So I am indeed grateful that we will have that $22 million program over the next coming weeks or so. My question has always been, and it is today as well, whether or not this $22 million program will go the way of the $40 million program 2 years ago, Spark program, and the REACH program. Why am I asking that? Why am I asking that? I am asking it because the Southwest St. Andrew that I represent, and I'd love for members who, if they have something to say, Mr. Speaker, will speak to you or through you, but allow me to express myself on behalf of the people I represent. So I'm asking the questions, Mr. Prime Minister, because I, as an MP, and I'm aware of others, have had challenges with the implementation of these programs. It hasn't been a secret. I come here and I speak about it all the time. So, for example, when individuals talk, for example, about the pumpkin growing in Oakland Crescent, and I come here to speak, I don't want anybody to try to stop me because I am representing the people. That specific road, for example, Mr. Prime Minister, was originally to be on the $40 million program. Then this...
Member, please. I'm going to read from the standing order to you. No, you can't. I will remind you that you ask a question, not to make a statement or a presentation. I beg of you, please, ask your question so that we'll get to the point. We have children here from the various schools who are here to listen to their member of parliament. Let us pay them that amount of respect so that they can get out of here and they can get home in time and don't be left on the roadway. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have asked the first question. I'm not sure if you heard it, but I'm sure the Prime Minister would have. No, I'm not repeating it because... Well, the first one is whether or not this $22 million program is going to go the way of the $40 million, the spark and the reach, that not sparking nor reaching. That was the first question. The second question, Mr. Speaker, is as I listened to the Prime Minister, I was wondering if this was his first term in government and whether or not there is no responsibility for any of the period that has passed for the work that the government would have been doing in maintaining our roadways. That's the second one. The third question, Mr. Prime Minister, has to do with the fact that the monies are to be spent by the end of February. In my experience, even when the program is submitted, there are times when, because of negligence on NWA's side, we find that we are approaching the deadline and they have not moved. I want to make sure, therefore, that you are going to ensure that it is done in a way that we are not held responsible for the negligences of the NWA. And then my final question really is that, Mr. Prime Minister, I'm not sure if you have ever heard of this slogan, never come see, come see. It is a Jamaican term. Never come see, come see. It is a Jamaican term. And as I listened to your speech today, I was wondering if you were epitomizing that never come see, why everything you blame we instead of taking responsibility.
Member, sorry. I'd asked you to turn on your mic because you indicated that you wanted to speak after the person. You have to turn the mic on so that the system will tell us exactly who next. All right? So in this instance, we're going to move to you, Mr. Cousins, and then.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister, just to could you please indicate how soon we are expected to receive the official communication as it relates to this program? And then second, the Prime Minister, how soon will this be communicated to the NWA offices? And I ask the question because oftentimes we reach out to them shortly after you have made the announcement, and we are told that they have not yet received any such instructions. And that will cause a delay in the time it is announced and the date of implementation. As it relates to this PARK program, could you indicate how soon we will also receive official communication as it relates to
Before you, right.
So let me thank you very much for the early Christmas that we are about to get. And I think every constituency will be appreciative of it. I want to make an appeal to the Prime Minister as the minister responsible. I looked at the weather report today, and I see where we are going to have more weather on the heels of a hurricane that barely missed us and a tropical storm. Prime Minister, the roads in Jamaica, across the length of the breadth of Jamaica, as a result of the weather events that we have had, are in a deplorable condition. Not because of anything other than the battering that they have gotten, and we have seen the damage. Prime Minister, it cannot be that in a situation like this, we cannot implement some form of emergency procurement. I can say without fear of hesitation, there is not one Jamaican, including my counterparts, that would not agree that time is not on our side because of the condition of the roads. We stand to lose more in damage, similar to what has happened in West Rural St. Andrew, East Rural St. Andrew, and in Portland. With the length of time that we are going to take to respond,
it is not economically feasible, because basically what we are going to be is in a worse situation by the time we finish spending the money on the repairs of the roads and the drain cleaning. Prime Minister, as a rural representative, I'm making an appeal to see what can be done without breaking any procurement guidelines. But there must be a way for emergency procurements that can be shortened in terms of the length of time. If not, with the weather events that we have had and the weather events to come, we are going to be in a perilous situation, Prime Minister. I'm making an appeal as someone who represents a rural constituency that has been affected.
Minister, you're asked to be reminded.
We find a way within the remit of the government to be able to fast track and get these repairs as soon as possible.
Something wrong with the mic? Try the next one.
Try it again. Mr. Speaker, just 3 quick questions. Yes, to the Prime Minister. Firstly, in relation to this allocation, are the agencies to get their commission out of it? All right. Secondly, right, in relation to the 10 million allocation for roads, it did state rehabilitation, but can that money be also used for patching? And thirdly, which is the most important of the 3, the Prime Minister has spoken at the commencement about climate change. In light of what we anticipate the new scenario to be out of North America, would the Prime Minister not agree that a national approach, a fully unified approach, be taken by Jamaica in relation to advancing the interest of our country in this regard, and especially as it relates to climate financing, which is an international responsibility that needs to be pursued?
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased by the level of response and interest in the matters raised. Let me begin with the questions from the member from St. Andrew Southwest. This routine maintenance program should not meet up on any significant procurement delays, because we expect that the threshold of the projects undertaken would usually be below that which would end up in an extended procurement process. So that's number one. In terms of the $40 million project, you would recall that that project was undertaken with other major procurements taking place all at once, which alludes to the issues raised by the member from Northwest Manchester, that the NWA is undersized and underscoped for the magnitude of works that it is undertaking now. I have said publicly that we are going to have to review the NWA as an entity. And what the government is doing now is doing a comprehensive review of our infrastructure strategy. And in the coming weeks and up to the budget presentation, you will hear more about what we will be doing. Now, the first phase of this total review is to actually do an audit of the roadways. And that is what is being undertaken now. Then we will have to, as I've said, look at how we're going to manage the roads, which will include a review of the NWA and the parish councils, the municipal authorities. Once we are at that point where we can make official announcements as to exactly what the policy direction is, and we welcome the discussion that will follow, you know, we welcome the advice from people. We'll have a big debate here in Parliament. It will go through the process. But at the end of it, we will have a better management of the road infrastructure, which would include development of our contractors, because they are an important part of the maintenance of the road. So we have to have a training with our contractors and a process of helping and developing their own capacities. We actually have to look at that as a national strategic interest of developing our contractors. So that's a part of the review as well. The member from Northwest Manchester raised the issue of the Spur Tree Road and the bad condition that it is in, and the need for maintenance. The member also highlighted the fact that a contract has actually been let for the repair of the road, but of course it has been an extended period of time. I wish to point out that another element that will come as a result, and will be quite beneficial for the public, that will come as a result of the review that we're doing, is that once we have completed the audit of all the roads and we know what the state of repair is, we will establish a website that will give the public of Jamaica information about all our roadways and the state of repair that they are in, along with a schedule of repair and a schedule of routine maintenance. The Spark roads will be the first to be loaded to that website. And so the question was asked by the member from Clarendon Southwest, when will the Spark roads be published? That will be in short order, certainly before we begin. So they are looking about finalizing the roads. So those will be published. We'll create a website and we'll make it accessible so that the entire Jamaica can see which roads. And indeed, all the roads in Jamaica, along with their state, we will make those public for transparency's sake. In terms of this project, which is the routine maintenance project for November into December, the project begins officially on my announcement, but you will get a letter by Friday detailing what I have said in Parliament, along with other details. And no, so once I have announced it here, so the NWA is now officially at liberty to provision and give instructions to their various offices all over the country. So that will begin. But by Friday, you will get your letter. And once you begin to respond to the letter with the structure and the program, then the program will be operationalized. Just to be clear again, the last time we did the program, we took care of the fees from the various agencies, so we will do it this time. So fees will not be deducted out of your allocations. All right? So you have the full amount. The question was asked by the member from East Kingston and Port Royal whether or not the funds for road repairs can be used for patching. Yes, they can be used for both patching and rehabilitation. Not to construct an entirely new road or to build a massive retaining wall or anything like that. What we want the program to be focused on are those small pain points that are, annoyances to the commuting public or to a community that you can address. Quickly move to address it. So the threshold of contracting is what you should really be paying attention to in these matters. Let me see if there's anything else that I have missed. I don't want to extend the political debate raised by both the member, my neighboring sister MP in Southwest St. Andrew and Northwest regarding not taking blame. But it is an important point to make. I, as a politician, one of the things I hold as a hallmark is that I take responsibility. And I find myself, Mr. Speaker, taking responsibility for things other persons should have done and didn't do. Yes. I find myself as Prime Minister trying to close the gaps left by others. I spend a lot of my time correcting things that should have been corrected, that were left unattended, and it has fallen to me to address it. And I'm trying to bring many of those things to a close, whether it is Jamaica becoming a republic, the situation as it regards to what should we do with our newly emerging national icons. All of these are legacy issues which should have been addressed. It cannot be debated that if Jamaica had a strong economy from the 1970s onwards, and we were spending resources on maintaining our roads, Jamaica's aging infrastructure today would not be a challenge. It would have been a maintained infrastructure. I'm not trying, Mr. Speaker, to transfer blame from me to anyone else. If that were the case, then his argument, the member from Northwest and the member from Southwest Manchester, would be that you are not doing anything, you are trying to blame us. They can't say that. What they have been trying to do, Mr. Speaker, is saying, what you're doing is not enough, or I won't accept that you're doing anything until I see it happen. That's their argument, but not that nothing has been done. The truth is, Mr. Speaker, that if you were to take the allocations that this administration has made on fixing roads, which is why we're going to publish not just all the roads on their state, but we're going to publish all the roads that we have repaired. Because as the member stood up from Northwest Manchester and said, this road, it has not been repaired for a long time, which is what the public will hear. And then under his voice say, well, I'm happy to hear that there's a contract prepared for it. When that road is repaired, Mr. Speaker, nobody will stand up and say, thank you, the road has been repaired. And the public will always and forever be under the illusion that government has done nothing to repair roads, when that is not the case. The truth is, which we must put on the table, which they don't like to hear when we put the facts on the table, is that we have repaired more roads than previous governments put together. And so, Mr. Speaker, when you talk about roads being repaired and roads being built, just look at the extensive South Coast Road Improvement Project, which the member says I've cut the ribbon to a road that is not yet finished. Mr. Speaker, approximately 14 kilometers of road, which is a specific section of the highway, was completed and handed over to the government. The rest of the project is not completed, and we did not open the rest of it. And as soon as we are at a state where it can be opened, we will open those roads. Mr. Speaker, let it be clear, this is not a government that celebrates announcements. We are a government that celebrates achievement. And this road is an achievement, the South Coast Road Improvement. An achievement. Make no mistake about it, it should not be in any way devalued. Because if you were talking about a road that should have been repaired, that would be a road that should have been repaired and repaired decades ago. This administration has done it. When you talk about what we are doing with the Montego Bay bypass, the Long Hill Road, which other administration can point to those things? Mr. Speaker, every year, and what we're going to do when we put up the website is to place in the public domain all the resources that all the MPs have gotten for their roads to be repaired. And we can go better, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we can go better. We can post what was allocated in previous administrations to road repair. Mr. Speaker, the member from Northwest St. Andrew, Northwest Manchester, pointed out that, we were there for 18 and a half years, and then there's another 17 and a half years where we have been there for what, 14 of it. Mr. Speaker, the truth is that if we're going to go back and do it in that way, then let us compare. Let us compare, Mr. Speaker. Let us put the facts on the table. Let us put the facts on the table about what the expenditures were for the maintenance and development of the road infrastructure. The spend is not the same. The spend is substantially more under this administration. There is a fact of life, Mr. Speaker, that it so happens that the previous administrations were not able to make the level of budgetary expenditure necessary to extend the engineered life of the roads. And that is called, Mr. Speaker, disinvestment. No. If we're going to have a true conversation about our roads, it is not sufficient to just say the road is bad and it has not been repaired without going to the fundamentals. Because having a conversation like that would be to suggest that governments can just merely pull money out of nowhere and fix bad roads. The conversation about bad roads cannot be detached from the ability of the government to earn the resources to fix it. Like for anything else. And that, Mr. Speaker, is the essence of fiscal responsibility. When we are having these conversations about the quality of our infrastructure, the state of our hospitals, the state of everything else, governments like to speak as if, there's no connection between the ability to raise the funds and the ability to provide the service. What Jamaica has today, which it has not had in a long time, is a government that has the ability to do both and demonstrates the competence in doing both things, to raise the funds, manage the economy, and use those dividends to benefit the people in real ways. The Spark program, Mr. Speaker, is not to be devalued, as members on this side have tried to devalue it by saying, well, I'm not going to say anything until I see. We have gone through process after process after process to meet all the requirements so that the members on that side can't take the program to the PAAC and tear it apart for inefficiency or corruption. We have gone through consultation, that has never been done before, to bring the people into the decision-making process about which roads are to be repaired. And we have done all of that in a short period of time where we are almost there now, ready to start. So, Mr. Speaker, I close the presentation. I thank the members for their participation. I thank them for the robustness of the debate. In fact, I enjoy this robust debate because the people of Jamaica need to hear a true parliamentary debate about our aging infrastructure. It's not sufficient to just be complaining about roads are bad. Let us get to the root cause of why our roads are bad. We have to go beyond the roads, but beyond all of the issues. Let's discuss them and get to the root cause of it. And the root cause of it is that over the many decades, at least 40 years, governments after governments have disinvested, not made the investment in ensuring that the infrastructure, many of our infrastructure were built in colonial times. Colonial times. And we are now just at a point, 60 years after independence, that we're starting to deal with it. Mr. Speaker, the Spanish Town Hospital, built by colonial funds over 70 years before. And we are now just at a point where we can put up a new wing. That's the real issue. We have never had an economy that generated the revenues so that we can keep the investment going in our infrastructure. And that is what the conversation should be about. Who can create the economy to deliver the infrastructure? Mr. Speaker, I thank the member from East Kingston and Port Royal for the issue of climate change. I have long been a campaigner and been asked by the General Secretary of the UN to participate, along with other prime ministers, in raising global awareness on the issues of climate change and in particular climate financing. Mr. Speaker, this administration has taken the issue of climate very seriously. It's not a politically sexy issue, but I have brought it to my political party conference. I've spoken at various political events on climate change. And of course, there are those who would wonder, why would the Prime Minister be talking about climate? That's not our issue. They would be dearly mistaken. It is their issue more than anything else. And Mr. Speaker, what this administration has done is to build in climate resilient financing strategies in our financial management of the country. We accept that in the era of climate change, there will be unexpected exogenous shocks, particularly caused by weather and climate-related issues. Sea level rise, the acidification of the ocean, which could damage fishing stocks, the erosion of soil and hillsides, and heavy weather events creating floods. All of those have a fiscal impact. And what has happened to Jamaica over time with these weather events is that as a weather event occurs, especially one of great significance, we would have to borrow. And the major impact of climate events on small island developing states is that it becomes a driver for debt. And once countries start to incur debt because of weather events, it has an impact on their ability to grow. And it also has an ability on their financing capability for current consumption. So what we have done is to create a disaster risk management fund, which we are by law compelled to put resources in. It stands at about $5 billion now. So as weather events occur, we are able to respond to it without it becoming a fiscal risk to the government. Then we have put in some levels of insurance. The CRIF was there before, and now we have engaged a disaster, what they call a catastrophe bond, that could pay out significant sums if a certain threshold of disaster were to hit Jamaica. So we have built in to our financial arrangements climate resilience. But there are other things that we're doing. Yes, so I was going to that. So there are other things that we're doing. So for example, as the Minister of Health was prompting me, that as we build out the new infrastructure, we consider climate. So, the question is, why is the government spending so much money on building these new highways? Well, one of the things, Mr. Speaker, is that we're going to build the new highways and build them off the coast, more inland, on stable soil, in areas that are protected, essentially, that are not subject. No, for the St. Thomas, Mr. Speaker, if you notice that we have done some amount of realignment, not all, and we have, where we have built, especially on that 14 kilometers of the highway, we have made massive infrastructure to support it. If you look at the bridge that is there, the culverts, all of that, that's well supported. We could not, if we had done that for the entire way going around, we wouldn't be able to complete it. So there are some sections of the road which continue on the old alignment, but others we have realigned. No, some of that, no, that's not true, Mr. Speaker. The member is saying, just for the listening public, that some of the money for the South Coast Road went to Montego. No. Remember, what was done, Mr. Speaker, is that we extended the east-west highway. So you now have, Mr. Speaker, just to be clear, the east-west highway was extended, the PJ Patterson Highway was extended from Maypen to Williamsfield. And so that is what we did, again, a part of building the resilience. So that eventually we're going to be able to address the issue raised by the member from Northwest about the Spur Tree Road. We will be able to eventually have a bypass that will go around Mandeville and around Spur Tree and take you onto the South Coast. So, Mr. Speaker, the infrastructure plan is there, that we are building the infrastructure that is going to be resilient to the issues of climate change. So, yes, we will not be able to make all our roads resilient to climate change, but Jamaica must have a road network that keeps the parishes connected, keeps the main towns connected, that in the event of a supernormal climate change catastrophe, Jamaica is still connected and people can still be mobile. All of these are things that we're thinking about. We're thinking about this for our airports. You would have recently seen a statement by the governor of the Bank of Jamaica regarding where the bank is and why they need to have additional measures to protect them. All entities of government have to think now about the continuity of their services and their operations given the threat of climate change. And that is essentially our response. we continue our international advocacy. We continue to say that there must be climate justice, that the rich countries, the countries who have benefited from the use of carbon, should really make that contribution to the various funds for mitigation and for adaptation, so that countries like Jamaica can make themselves and their economy resilient to climate change. So, Mr. Speaker, that will be announced shortly. That will be announced shortly. We want to come out of this process first, and then we'll make an announcement very shortly. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and I thank the members.
Mr. Speaker, as indicated earlier, I beg to move that the agenda now be reverted to public business, and that in this order we will take the following: the resolution from the member of Southeast St. Catherine with regards to the extension of the State of Constituency debate in order to facilitate the presentation of the member from Central Kingston and the member from East Central St. Catherine. And then the other items will flow as stated. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
The request is on the floor. For those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. Will the member from St. Catherine Southeastern? No.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
The request is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, due to Section Standing Order 32C1, stated that the State of the Constituency debate should start and end by a prescribed time, and due to the unforeseen weather conditions that we have been facing with, and Parliament was not held in one particular day, it brings some threat to the time that is being prescribed. So the motion on the table, Mr. Speaker, with the help of my colleagues, is that the time be extended. Be approved.
The request from the member is that it be approved. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. It is now been approved. At this time, we will now take member from East Central St. Catherine. Member, remember that you have an allotted 15 minutes and you may be maybe given some extra time.
25 minutes. If it so pleases you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in this honourable House to contribute to the State of the Constituency debate with immense pride. First and foremost, I give thanks to God for His guidance and the privilege of serving my East Central family for the past 8 years as their chosen representative to this noble House. Mr. Speaker, it makes a difference who represents the people, and I am grateful to the Most Honourable Prime Minister, Dr. Andrew Holness, for his continued trust in me to capably represent the great constituency of St. Catherine East Central, where we are more than a community. We are a family. I also thank the Most Honourable Prime Minister for his confidence in me to serve as the Minister of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, having previously served as Minister of State in both the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport and the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information. These roles, Mr. Speaker, have been invaluable, broadening my capacity to serve, whether in empowering our youth, expanding our sport and social cultural footprint, or advancing the symbiotic relationship between the government of Jamaica and the diaspora. In this regard, I express my thanks to Minister Johnson Smith, our Permanent Secretary, Ambassador Monteith, and my dedicated team and the staff at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for their collaboration, which have made it possible for me to serve in this role and to continue serving Jamaicans at home and abroad with excellence. To my family, my wife, our 3 sons, my parents, and other loved ones, your support and sacrifice when duties take me away from family moments mean the world. Your understanding has been the cornerstone in this journey of service. I am particularly grateful to my East Central family here in the gallery for their unwavering support and those watching online. Your unity over the years has certainly seen East Central grow from strength to strength. In 2016, it was my East Central family who rallied around me and the Prime Minister to secure the 1-seat majority for the Jamaica Labour Party to form government. And again in 2020, it was my East Central family who remained strong with Terrelong to secure the seat again for the Jamaica Labour Party with a victory margin of over 2,000 votes, sending a very clear signal that East Central will remain in the winning column of the Jamaica Labour Party as we stand ready to win a 3rd term. Madam Speaker, I must also thank my Central family for their support in the recent local government elections. When we started this journey in 2016, we had no councillors representing the Jamaica Labour Party. But following the local government elections in February of this year, my East Central family re-elected Councillor Joy Brown again for the Councillor for the Gregory Park Division, and Damara Lawson achieved a historic victory as the newly cemented Councillor for the South Borough Division. Their support for Marlon Gordon also led to an impressive bid for the Portmore Pines Division and narrowed the usual margin of votes. To the members of Team Terrelong and my constituency development team, I thank you for your relentless efforts in promoting the growth and prosperity of East Central, uplifting our communities, and ensuring effective representation. Mr. Speaker, it makes a difference who represents the people, and East Central continues to rise. Forward ever, backwards never.
Absolutely.
Since taking office, Mr. Speaker, education and youth empowerment have remained at the forefront of initiatives for East Central's human capital and community development. This year, over 5,000 students benefited from our Back to School program, which saw an investment totaling more than $10 million. In addition to providing book vouchers, school bags, and other supplies to our students, 50 Terrelong All-Stars from Gregory Park Primary, Naggerhead Primary, and Independence Primary received trophies and academic grants between $10,000 and $20,000. Another 500 students from across the constituency received similar grants towards their primary and high school education. Mr. Speaker, 51 tertiary students received grants between $50,000 and $100,000 under the new tertiary grant program supported by the Ministry of Education and Youth that saw each Member of Parliament being given an additional $3 million to assist tertiary students. Our thanks to Minister Williams and the Honourable Prime Minister for envisioning this program as we aim to achieve 1 degree per household in Jamaica. Mr. Speaker, at this point I pause to recognize Principals Williams and Geddes and Gibbons from the Gregory Park Primary and Naggerhead Primary Schools, and also the chairman from the Independence Primary School, Mrs. Watson-Evans, Councillor Lawson, and other members of the team, as well as our students who are present in the House. Mr. Speaker, we are putting the heart into representational politics in East Central. Not only are we supporting academic pursuits financially, but we are also equipping our youth with 21st century skills to better prepare them for the jobs of today and tomorrow. Through Heart Trust and STA recruitment drives in Gregory Park, Newland, Grange Lane, South Borough, and Caymanas Gardens, we are creating employment and other education opportunities for our youth. Already, we have recommended 32 young students for the Heart Care program and 8 students for the LIFT program. This is how we build a modern Jamaica, by investing in our people, giving them the opportunities and skills they need to be self-sufficient, not by creating a handout culture. Mr. Speaker, an educated mind is the best weapon we can wield, and in East Central, we aim to empower our children. Through our education programs, these have extended beyond the classroom. In July, Councillor Lawson and I organized an enriching field trip program that saw over 40 children, students, and their teachers and chaperones from the constituency visiting the Chinese embassy, where they were immersed in the depth and beauty of Chinese culture firsthand. They explored Chinese art, music, culinary traditions, calligraphy, and language, broadening their horizons and igniting their curiosity for the world and beyond our shores. Cultural exchanges like these empower children to appreciate diversity and understand the value of diplomatic relations. I must extend gratitude to Ambassador Chen and the team from the People's Republic of China for hosting our young kings and queens. With our eyes on the future, we are exploring also opportunities for scholarships to enable more of our youth from East Central to study in China. As Member of Parliament, I have placed a high priority on school visits that provide an opportunity to engage with and empower our young kings and queens. Through these visits, I am able to elevate and educate our youth by conducting empowerment sessions and stepping into the classroom to teach mathematics, Spanish, history, and social studies and English. Through the transformative power of education, we are empowering the next generation of future leaders who will come from East Central. I am also happy to announce that this government has transitioned Nagahead Primary away from the 2-shift system, allowing our students to now return home at a reasonable hour to focus on their studies rather than 7 p.m. or 8 p.m. Mr. Speaker, allow me to share an inspiring story of one of our remarkable Terrelong All-Stars, Ronaldo Lee. A past student of Nagahead Primary and Campion College, Ronaldo and his brother were raised in the developing community of Newland by their mother. I recall when he got accepted into Campion College in 2017, he cried as he did not know how his mother would finance all his academic needs. Fast forward to September 2024, and this young king has been accepted to pursue a degree in engineering at the prestigious Massachusetts Institute of Technology. His acceptance to MIT is extraordinary, as he is only one of 8 Caribbean students to be enrolled this year. Contributing to Ronaldo's education through our Terrelong Award for Academic Excellence program over the years has been an honor. His academic success is a source of immense pride to our communities and nation, and reinforces my vision of elevating young kings and queens through the transformative power of education. To Ronaldo and his mother Sophia, who are watching online, I extend my heartfelt congratulations once more. Young king, continue to soar because you are destined for greatness. I am proud to stand with you on this journey as I stand with all our students in East Central, where my commitment to education and youth empowerment is well known. Mr. Speaker, many Jamaicans, including university graduates and civil servants, struggle to manage money effectively. This issue often stems from financial literacy gaps in early education, with many people lacking exposure unless they study or work in finance. I strongly believe that equipping our youth with financial skills as soon as they enter high school would change their futures for the better. Countries like Norway and the Netherlands have seen the benefits of early financial literacy education. Norway, for instance, integrates financial literacy into school curricula with support from the National Bank to give students a solid grounding in personal finance. The Netherlands takes a consumer-focused approach, helping young people understand credit and debt through interactive tools from early adulthood. In both cases, the result is a population better equipped to manage finances responsibly, reducing financial hardship and fostering lifelong skills. Mr. Speaker, as Jamaica's economy continues to grow through the comprehensive and prudent fiscal plans of the government, every Jamaican must be ready and equipped with the necessary financial tools to manage their wealth creation. I propose we implement similar initiatives here, starting with high school students. By teaching concepts like budgeting, saving, debt management, and compound interest, investing in stocks and bonds early on, we can empower our youth to avoid common financial pitfalls and strengthen their economic well-being. By making financial literacy a national priority and embedding it in our educational system, we are not just giving individuals the skills to manage money, but building the foundation for a financially resilient Jamaica. A new Jamaica, where we normalize black men and women having 28 bank accounts. A new Jamaica where it comes as no surprise that the sons and daughters of teachers, vendors, shop owners, tailors and dressmakers, police officers and nurses can boast about their stocks and shares in companies in Jamaica, Bermuda, Switzerland, and beyond. A new Jamaica, where every hard-working individual can own a big house with a swimming pool if they desire, as they benefit from the growth in our economy, which has seen a decline in our debt-to-GDP ratio from 144% to 72% over the last 10 years, and has seen a drop in unemployment from 14% to 4.2%, and a booming construction industry that has seen far more houses and businesses being built in Jamaica than over the last 40 years. As global citizens, we must also recognize that access to the internet is a fundamental human right, as essential and basic as food, shelter, and clothing. Over the past 2 years, in partnership with the Universal Service Fund, we have made strides towards closing the digital divide in St. Catherine East Central. We took a significant step with the establishment of Wi-Fi hotspots in Newland, Gregory Park, Christian Penn, and Caymanas Garden Site A, bridging the digital divide in these communities. Today, I'm pleased to announce that a new Wi-Fi location was launched in Newland, specifically supporting the Newland Basic School and surrounding residents. This new hub will empower children, facilitate learning, and help parents and community members alike to access essential services and economic opportunities. We also gave tablets to 10 children between grades 4 and 6 to assist with their preparation for the PEP examinations. Mr. Speaker, as it relates to safety and security, last year I used this platform to speak out against the heinous acts of violence and terrorism that disrupted the community of Gregory Park. I called for a police post to be stationed in the heart of Gregory Park to provide greater peace and security for residents. Today, I am pleased to announce a significant step forward for the people of Gregory Park with the introduction of a new mobile police station which gives the police an operation base inside Gregory Park in the vicinity of Gulf and Cottage Drive. This development represents our government's unwavering commitment to the safety and security of our citizens. It demonstrates a government that listens to the concerns of its peoples, that values their safety as a priority, and that refuses to let fear and violence dictate the course of our future. I use this opportunity to acknowledge the work of Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of National Security, the Honourable Dr. Chang, Senior Superintendent of Police, Mr. Phillips, and the hard-working team of the police officers at the St. Catherine South Police Division, who worked tirelessly to get this mobile police post up and running. The new post symbolizes a community-centered approach to crime fighting, fostering a culture where police officers work alongside residents, listening, engaging, and building the trust needed to create lasting peace. By empowering both our citizens and law enforcement, we are creating a united front against crime. In a community like Gregory Park, which has long faced its share of challenges, this station will serve as a beacon of reassurance, signaling that no community is forgotten and no concern goes unheard. It is an investment in a safer, more resilient Gregory Park, a place where families can thrive, businesses can grow, and children can play without fear. Mr. Speaker, over the last year, we have continued with our infrastructure development program to create real and tangible improvements in the daily lives of our residents. In January, work commenced on the Grange Lane dualization project, valued at $930 million. This will see an improvement in traffic flow, as well as enhancing commerce and accessibility throughout the area. By prioritizing the repair and maintenance of our roadworks in East Central, we are committed to ensuring safe and reliable access to homes, schools, and workplaces generally. Mr. Speaker, under the SPARK program,
Mr. Speaker, the member's time for speaking having been expired, I beg to move that it be extended by 10 minutes to allow him to complete his presentation.
The request is that the speaker's time be extended by a maximum of 10 minutes. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. You may continue. Mike, please. Mike.
Mr. Speaker, under the Spark program, we are set to spark up more roads across East Central, valued at over $40 billion. I am proud to announce that our Spark program consultation was held on the 22nd of July, 2024, at the Cedar Grove Academy, marking a new era of community-driven development in our constituency and Jamaica. This initiative brought together residents and key stakeholders, including members from the Office of the Prime Minister, the SDC, the National Works Agencies, and other departments, as we worked collaboratively to identify and prioritize essential infrastructure improvements. Our residents selected several roads to be repaired across the constituency, along with the representatives of the government agencies present. I can confirm that in this first half of the Spark program, work will commence on Dover Avenue, Queens Avenue, Walkers Avenue in Gregory Park, Power Avenue, Myerstown, Lime Tree Crescent in Newland, Comet Close in Watson Grove, Ransford Close in Cedar Grove, Jasmine Close and Daisy Close in Hamilton Gardens, and the entrance and parking lots to the scheme in Caymanas Garden Site A. Having spoken to Minister Morgan, we expect to commence work early next year. Complementing the Spark program is the Reach Road Rehabilitation Program, which is being launched in 2 phases. The first phase will see repairs being carried out to Port Marvilla Drive, Shields Drive, and Mitchell Drive, whilst in the second phase, work will be done to Lewis Avenue and Peace Avenue. Mr. Speaker, the significance of these programs shows how much this government cares about implementing top-tier international road networks across Jamaica. Mr. Speaker, following our extensive consultations with the NHT and the National Works Agencies in October, the communities of Caymanas Garden Site A and Site D will also benefit from infrastructure upgrades under the NHT's First 100 program. Over 30 roads are set to improve in these 2 schemes, including Titania Avenue, Harlequin Avenue, Sunny Dean, and Kandahar Avenue in Site A, as well as Parking Bays, Lawmaker Avenue, Roebuck Avenue, and Eureka Avenue in Site D. 30 roads that have been neglected for the last 60 years that will now see the dawn of prosperity in the first half of 2025. Mr. Speaker, in terms of other community infrastructure developments, we continue to invest in communities such as West Cumberland, Newlands, Silverstone, Southborough, Independence City, Morris Meadows, Grange Lane, Lime Tree Grove, and Portmore Pines, and others by listening to our residents, working with citizens associations to create more resilient communities. Our infrastructure development program was tested this year, Mr. Speaker, and with the passage of Hurricane Beryl, I am pleased to report that not one roadway in St. Catherine East Central was flooded. During Tropical Storm Raphael last week, my team and I were actively out in the rain delivering care packages to the elderly and disabled who are the most vulnerable during times of such severe weather conditions. Notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, more work needs to be done, and I call on the NWA to provide additional funding to further reinforce drainage infrastructure in critical areas such as West Cumberland, Christian Penn, Cedar Grove, and Watson Grove. Mr. Speaker, I've also made a special appeal for repairs to be effected to the Newlands Main Road and the entrance leading to the community of Southborough, which have been severely damaged by weeks of consistent rainfall and now pose a danger to both motorists and pedestrians. On the matter of Portmore becoming the 15th parish, Mr. Speaker, we continue with excitement in East Central and Portmore generally as it relates to this move. This is a vision I continually champion in this House, along with my colleague, Member of Parliament, Robert Miller. But this vision is not new. In 2007, former Prime Minister Bruce Golding expressed confidence that Portmore would become a self-sustaining parish. This confidence and vision was reiterated in the manifesto of the Jamaica Labour Party in 2020, which noted, Portmore, with its young, vibrant population, will have the opportunity to have its own municipal corporation so that it can collect its own property taxes and determine its own development plan to ensure that it can be all that it can be for the citizens of Portmore. I recall also, Mr. Speaker, that the Joint Select Committee of the Houses of Parliament appointed to deliberate the proposal of Portmore becoming a parish commenced its meetings in December 2020, and after 14 meetings, a majority of the members recommended in October 2021 that Portmore Municipality should be given parish status. Mr. Speaker, I joined the Most Honourable Prime Minister who recently shared that Portmore is positioned to become the Silicon Valley of the Caribbean. By investing in our human capital, especially our tech-savvy youth, and investing in high-tech infrastructure such as a modern youth tech park, Portmore could unlock vast opportunities, growing into a modern, self-sustaining tech parish that would be the envy of the region. With parish status, Portmore would gain the autonomy to prioritize essential upgrades in infrastructure, local services, educational programs, empowering residents and reducing reliance on neighbouring parishes and central government. Portmore would naturally become a prime location for investment, attracting both local and international businesses to include tech startups ranging from artificial intelligence, biotechnology, robotics, software development, fintech, e-commerce, and immersive technology. The resultant opportunities for youth with attractive first-world salaries would be astronomical, establishing Jamaica on the global stage as a leading tech-driven nation. The time to make Portmore the 15th parish is now. Mr. Speaker, as it relates to other social intervention programs, my team and I in East Central continue to uplift the lives of our residents in need of assistance. Beyond infrastructure and economic development, we're focused on providing direct support to those most in need. We have been providing more assistance to the PATH program, as well as our agricultural program that has seen some 70 farmers receiving pigs, goats, and chickens, and more residents to receive these goods as well. 40 constituents were assisted on the farm work program, and over 500 residents have also received care packages and grants of $10,000 and more, as well as 900 seasonal jobs created over the year. Mr. Speaker, I am mindful of the time and will quickly indicate our thanks to Minister Darrell Vaz as it relates to the added transportation provided to East Central, and also to Minister Mackenzie as it relates to the added garbage trucks. Nonetheless, I still hear the calls from my constituents for improved waste management and regular garbage collection, and I am committed to advocating to the Solid Waste Authority for these changes. Cleanliness and proper waste management are fundamental to public health and overall quality of life, and these enhancements will reflect our dedication to create a clean and healthy environment for all our residents in East Central and Jamaica. Significant progress has also been made as it relates to improving our water access in our communities, and my thanks go to Minister Samuda for the work he has done in getting regulated water supplies in areas such as Gregory Park and Newlands in some communities that have not had proper water supplies for some 50 years. Additionally, for the residents of Portmore, NWCs has plans to construct a new water source ranging from the Rio Cobre. This will enhance access to water as well as the pressure for water to your homes, ensuring that there are less outages. Mr. Speaker, in concluding, I wish to indicate that as it relates to my role as Minister with responsibility for diaspora affairs, that at the recently concluded diaspora conference in June, I saw the look on the faces of our Prime Minister and the leader of the opposition as we sat alongside Minister Johnson Smith at the conference. Together, we looked out at an audience of over 1,200 Jamaicans from home and abroad who are eager to invest in Jamaica. To anyone who thought they could turn the diaspora away from a caring and hard-working government by their misinformation, propaganda, and pasa-pasa, they were misguided. The record attendance at this historic conference speaks volumes about the strength of the bond between Jamaica and its diaspora, and I was proud to lead this charge. Mr. Speaker, every Jamaican must stand with Andrew Holness, the best Prime Minister Jamaica has ever seen. Under his leadership, Jamaica has turned the tide on issues that once held us back. We used to be drowning in debt with high interest rates that crippled our progress. It is worth repeating that today, our national debt has been cut in almost a half, and unemployment is at a record low. The roads that were once neglected are being repaired, with new highways being built to connect our communities. Young people who once struggled for opportunity now have free programs at heart where they can learn valuable skills or trades while getting paid on the Lift and Care programs. Schools, police stations, hospitals, and fire stations are being upgraded across the island. More families are receiving support through PATH, and senior citizens and persons with disabilities are gaining better access to pensions and health care. So many positive changes are happening in Jamaica. We must continue to stand with Andrew Holness and the Jamaica Labour Party as Jamaica goes towards a brighter future. My team and I remain wholeheartedly committed to transforming East Central into a more developed and vibrant community than the one we inherited 8 years ago. The achievements we have realized during this period have not only surpassed the efforts of the last 36 years prior to 2016, but have laid a solid foundation for future growth and resilience. Just 1 minute. I'm concluding, Mr. Speaker.
Just to guide the member, when you hear the sound, just stop. We will give you the extra.
Okay, sure.
So, Mr. Speaker, the member's time having really exceeded, I beg to move that he be allowed to conclude in 2 minutes. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
Before you speak, you have to get the blessings of your colleagues, and we are going to say to you, no more than 2 minutes. The request is on the floor. Those in favor? Aye. Those against, the ayes have it. Member, you may continue. 2 minutes only.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The remarkable progress we have made in East Central over the last 8 years is a testament to the power of effective representation and our unwavering dedication to serving our constituents. With pride, I affirm, it makes a difference who represents the people. Enough good things are going at East Central. And let me say this, Mr. Speaker, to anyone who has faced rejection by voters across Jamaica and now seek refuge in East Central, know that our residents are not easily swayed or won over by empty promises. Absolutely. They stand loyal and unwavering in their support for Terrelon, committed to leadership that truly represents their values and vision. They have long since thrown off the chains of underdevelopment and disregard for people and communities, and they are not going back. There is no cost that could be placed on any rice tag that can be used to buy the people of East Central. They are not goods or animals for sale. Mr. Speaker, the residents of East Central will tell you, thanks to MP Terrelon, they now know what real representation and support look like. They know what a farm work card looks like. They know what a school book voucher feels like in their hands, and how their community can shine and spark when roads and infrastructure are truly upgraded. They see their MP in office every Thursday from 2 p.m. until the last person is heard, sometimes staying as late as 11:30 p.m. during the back-to-school rush. They know what genuine representation looks like, and they are standing by it, ready to move forward with Terrelon in the third term. Yes. To my East Central family, as we look to the third term, let us seize this momentum of growing prosperity and continue to work together to develop our constituency and build a Jamaica where all citizens thrive. Together, we will not only transform East Central, but also set a benchmark for excellence in representation and good governance across Jamaica. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Kingston Central.
Fix it. It's on. Or I might check it well.
Member, floor is yours.
Mr. Speaker, I deem it an honor to contribute to yet another State of the Constituency debate on behalf of the vibrant constituency of Central Kingston. I want to thank my councillor Rosalie Hamilton of the Raytown Division, my constituency executive, the workers for their support of the continuing mission to rescue the constituency from the years of neglect and from being consistently underserved. Also to our hardworking and dedicated constituency secretary, Ms. Monifa Barrett, who continues to shoulder the responsibilities of the office with distinction. Mr. Speaker, since my last presentation, we have had some positive developments in the constituency. And the first one I want to address is the issue of violent crimes. Violent crimes have significantly declined, and in this regard, I must commend the efforts of the dedicated police officers from both the East Kingston and Kingston Central Police Divisions, under whose jurisdiction the constituency falls. The Parade Gardens zone of special operation has so far achieved its clear and hold objectives. At a recent meeting of the Social Intervention Committee, the head of the Joint Command pointed out that the zone is now and has been ready for the build phase of the operation. Our Honorable Minister of National Security, Dr. Horace Chang, has lauded the Parade Gardens Zozo and is on record stating that it has contributed to an 88% of the overall reduction, 88% of the overall reduction of violent crimes in the zones of special operations combined. Now, that number in my estimation may now be over 90%. Simply put, when you combine all the zones in the island and examine the performances and the rate of decline in violent crimes, what the Honorable Minister is saying is that Central Kingston has contributed 88% to that rate of decline. That 88% decline is attributed to the Parade Gardens Zozo. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, we are the best performing Zozo in the country, and we intend to keep it that way. I therefore call upon the relevant entities with the overarching responsibility to implement the build phase and to do so with alacrity. We have earned it. Mr. Speaker, our records show that more of our young people are accessing tertiary education and vocational training. Our young people are ambitious, and through the CDF and the various government financial assistance programs, we are helping them to achieve their goals. Only recently, 35 at-risk young people attended the Heart Care Program orientation. And these are 35 young people who otherwise would have been idle in the constituency. And so we really welcome this program. We have also filled our quota of LIFT applications, that is the Learning and Investment for Transformation. And this program is one which targets fifth formers and sixth formers who have just left school and places them in a training environment, after which, and during that training process, they are paid handsome salary, and there is also a saving component to the program. And so we have filled our quota. We have also exhausted the $3 million tertiary education assistance grant from the Ministry of Education, which supplemented our CDF allocation. And Mr. Speaker, I must say the removal of the Student Loan Bureau guarantor requirement and the elimination of the hard fees are policy initiatives which we welcome, and our constituents are taking full advantage. This JLP, this government, this Andrew Dr. Andrew Michael Holness-led administration is serious about educating and training our young people, and we are pleased in Central Kingston for these efforts. Mr. Speaker, housing is always an issue in Central Kingston. Over the years, the housing stock has deteriorated over the years. We have inherited that, but we laud the efforts of the social housing program in the constituency. As we speak, we have several houses currently under construction. We have experienced some challenges along the way, which have delayed the completion of these houses. But I want to assure the recipients, if they are listening, that we are working through the issues, and in short order, these units should be completed. We have made significant progress with the Hanover Street multifamily housing project. Now, my understanding is that the architectural designs, I mentioned this housing project in my last speech, so I'm providing an additional update. We have completed, my understanding is that the architectural designs have been completed and the project will be submitted for procurement. The Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation is fully committed to this project, which will benefit 21 families in the Parade Gardens area of the constituency. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have also identified several properties in the constituency that are suitable for housing development under the Urban Renewal Program highlighted by the Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Dr. Andrew Holness, in his 2024 budget speech. This program will be spearheaded by the Housing Agency of Jamaica, whose technical team has already visited these properties and confirmed their suitability. So, Mr. Speaker, we are serious about addressing the housing stock in the constituency of Central Kingston. On the point of roads, Mr. Speaker, I will say that the effort to repair our roads and what is to come is actually unprecedented in Central Kingston. We have repaired several of our community roads. This year, Hurricane Boreal, Tropical Storm Raphael, and recent rains, we weren't spared. Many of our roads have deteriorated, like many other roads across Jamaica. But I'm happy to say that today I received a call from the ministry, from the National Works Agency, and they advised that all the roads that I had submitted under the REACH program have been approved. And so in short order, we will be repairing some of these roads that failed, that were damaged under the, yes, we submitted our roads early in the yes, we submitted our roads very early. And so I understand that the Member of Parliament component, these roads were approved under the Member of Parliament component, but there is another component, the NWA component, where they are looking at some main roads, and I understand that roads like Ellison Roads, I've been getting a lot of calls in relation to Ellison Road that serves Kingston College and connects, it's a connecting point in downtown Kingston to major areas, that those roads will be addressed shortly. Now, we recently rehabilitated several roads under a previous road program. Gold Street is one of them. There is George's Lane, which extends into the Central Police Station. Regent Street, also known as 34 Lane in Alman Town. We did parts of Hitchins Street and John Street. And St. Michael's Lane, this one, St. Michael's Lane leading to the entrance of the St. Michael's Primary School. I take great pride in doing this road because, you know, this road is the entrance to the primary school, and over the years, it has impeded smooth access to the school. The teachers and the students have had challenges, and that section of the community, they call it Bakagad, primarily because of the years of neglect. But I can now say that with this new road and the new sidewalk, that the designation of Bakagad no longer obtained. That's why the residents will now have to find a new name befitting its upgraded status. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have some challenges. We still have challenges with improper garbage disposal. I must say, Central Kingston is a much cleaner place today than 4 years ago. Yes, it's a much cleaner place. However, we still have some trouble spots where there is persistent illegal and unlawful dumping. And we clean these spots, and we issue no dumping warnings, and they find another spot. But I will tell you that the trucks are picking up waste more frequently, and we have distributed more receptacles across the constituency. Yet the problem of improper and illegal dumping persists. And I suspect that people from outside the community also are coming into the community to do dumping, and that's a problem. So I'm asking the NSWMA, some of the problem areas are the corner of Hanover Street and Sutton Street, the corner of Upper Rum Lane and East Queen Street, Victoria Avenue in the vicinity of Cloverley Road, the corner of St. Albans and Wellington Street in Franklin Town. These are some problem areas, and we're asking the NSWMA, pardon me? Yes, no, well, under the routine maintenance program just announced by the Prime Minister, we will be making some efforts under the NSWMA component to do some work. But we're asking the NSWMA to step up its enforcement efforts, because you will clean it today, but if you don't catch somebody and prosecute them, then they will continue. So we have to set an example. Now, I'm also asking that an additional survey be conducted, of the commercial establishments along East Queen Street, including the restaurants and the wholesales, to ensure that they have made and implemented proper solid waste disposal arrangements. Finally, I suggest that an annual allocation for bulky waste disposal be designated for the constituency, so we can assist and help some of these residents to get rid of these bulky waste. Sometimes they throw the fridge and the old furniture on the roadside. It's unsightly, and it cannot be tolerated. So at least we give them an annual bulky waste disposal program, so there's no excuse for the old furniture on the road. Yes. So there's another issue that, well, I've seen in recent times, I've seen an improvement in the JPS's response to fallen poles that are in disrepair and present a risk of harm to our residents and their properties. We report these to the JPS as soon as they are brought to our attention. We ask that these reports be treated with more alacrity, but in recent times we have seen some effort, and we want to commend the effort. Now, Mr. Speaker, as it relates to sports in the constituency, we want to really express our gratitude to the Sports Development Foundation of Jamaica and Project STAR for their continued support of our Football for Peace program across the constituency. It has reaped significant success in helping to stem the tide of violence across the constituency. And in this regard, I want to announce that the Raytown Playfield project, the rehabilitation or the upgrade of the Raytown Playfield project, will continue in short order. There are some equipment or accessories that were imported to complete the project. My understanding is that they have now arrived in Jamaica, and the project will resume in short order. And I mention it because the constituents have been inquiring about it. So the Raytown Playfield project will be resuming shortly, and soon and very soon we will be having night football in the Raytown division, which will help to keep. And we will also be having a jogging park, so our people can be healthier. In concluding, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we are fully aware that the fortunes of the constituency are inextricably linked to the fortunes of the country's macroeconomic environment. Jamaica's macroeconomic environment is the best it has ever been in decades. Central Kingston's development and the renewal we seek, I am fully aware that it is closely tied to this strong and vibrant economy. So, as the national economy continues to grow and our economic position strengthens under the sober leadership of the Most Honorable Dr. Andrew Michael Holness and his administration, so will the fortunes of Central Kingston. We are already seeing the evidence of that. We have seen intervention in many respects, and we know a lot more is to come. The best hope for the constituency. Pardon me? Oh, the waterfront. Yes, man, the waterfront that project it's still in its embryonic stage, early stages, and we will be discussing it we'll have some more time to address it. But I want to say that the best hope for the constituency to continue moving forward is under this Jamaica Labour Party-led government. The best hope. Best hope. We have never seen this kind of intervention, housing projects, roads repaired.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the member's time be extended sufficiently for him to complete his presentation, given that he actually started saying in conclusion. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
Remember, the request is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So as I said, Mr. Speaker, the best hope for the constituency to continue moving forward is in this Jamaica Labour Party's government. And I am confident that as we continue to build up our economy, and as we create more fiscal space, I am confident that the renewal, the urban renewal program that we have embarked upon in Central Kingston will get more traction, and the people of Central Kingston will see a new day. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
So, I'm sure that the House has been treated to two excellent presentations by the member from St. Catherine East Central and the member from Kingston Central. I beg to move at this point, Mr. Speaker, that the State of Constituency debate be suspended until next Tuesday, November 17th, I think, is it? Yes? At 2 p.m. at the George William Gordon House. 19th, I beg your pardon. Until Tuesday, November 19th at 2 p.m. And may Hansard erase those earlier comments. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
The request is on the floor that the State of Constituency debate be suspended until Tuesday the 19th at 2 p.m. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that the continuation of the public business be experienced through the presentation and the conclusion, in fact, of the debate on the motion moved by the Minister of Finance and Public Service with regards to the two items in her name, the Civil Service Establishment Order, no, and the Customs Tariff Revision Amendment Resolution. The Minister will indicate, Mr. Speaker, whether or not she'll be concluding all of these today, or indeed will be doing a portion and then to conclude next week or at a future date. May it please you.
The request is on the floor that we now have as desired. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. Member from St. Andrew Eastern, now Minister of Finance, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I will be taking the Civil Service Establishment Act next week to allow time for it to be read. All right, good. But I do have two motion notices that I gave earlier. So, Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion notice, of which I gave earlier.
The matter is on the floor. Those in...
Well, in relation to the Road Traffic Act, specifically the Road Traffic License Duty Order 2024 resolution.
The desired matter is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. Minister, you may continue.
Mr. Speaker, I now ask that the motion be approved.
The request is on the
Huh? Yeah, that's what I thought they were they connected. Yep, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier with regards to the Customs Act, specifically the Customs Tariff Revision Amendment Resolution 2024.
The request is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, climate change is real. And I wish the students who are in the gallery are still here, because I know that they understand climate change. But I'm happy to say that Jamaica continues to play its part in reducing the impact on Jamaicans. And so I'm pleased to note that we will be reducing the import duty on electric bikes from 20% to 10%, as well as to provide an exemption from the payment of annual license fees for electric bikes. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister, in his address to Parliament during the budget debate last year, indicated the intention of the government to provide similar incentives for the operation of electric bikes as were previously accorded for electric cars generally. In his address, the Prime Minister noted that Jamaica developed an electric vehicle strategic framework as well as the governing fiscal policy in 2022, and these were approved by Cabinet, and the order governing importation of electric vehicles was issued. However, it restricted importation to cars and SUVs. The government will be removing that restriction to include a wider range, including electric bikes. And we're doing it now, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Cabinet gave approval by way of Cabinet Decision number 8/24, dated March 18, 2024, for amendments to the schedules to the Road Traffic Act, as well as the Customs Tariff Resolution as follows. The Customs Tariff Resolution Amendment, the Customs Tariff Revision Amendment Resolution 2018 Customs Regulations to reduce the import duty on electric bikes from 20% to 10%, as well as the third schedule to the Road Traffic Act to provide an exemption from the payment of annual license fee for electric bikes. The amendments mentioned would only be for electric bikes which are 3 years older or less since the date of manufacture. It was also approved for the regime to be in place from April 1, 2024 to March 31, 2029. Mr. Speaker, this incentive goes a long way in helping to reduce tailpipe emissions in keeping with Jamaica's transition to ensuring a clean energy future. In addition to zero emissions, electric bikes saves money on maintenance. And it is a big benefit to society in that there will be significant noise reduction using an e-bike versus the internal combustion engine bikes. So, Mr. Speaker, this amendment continues to show Jamaica's strong commitment to ensuring that we do our part in fixing the pressing issue, the pressing global issue of climate change. It was the World Health Organization that said, climate change is the greatest threat to global health. We will continue to do our part, Mr. Speaker, to mitigate the harmful impact. And I'm pleased to bring these amendments to reduce import duty on electric bikes, 3 years and less from the date of manufacture, from 20% to 10%, as well as provide an exemption from the payment of annual license fee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I thought initially that's where the minister was going and wanted to address and respond to it because I believe they are coherent and consistent. The order, the exemption order with the amendment to the resolution, the customs resolution. So the opposition supports this effort. When the Prime Minister spoke earlier, it was clear that both sides are adhering, that we were at one on the need for climate change and climate action, climate justice, and these resolution bears a concrete evidence of the support that the opposition will give to and has given to the efforts in this regard. And so both the resolution, amendment to the resolution, and the order are supported. Minister, I want to welcome you in this role and to say to you that with respect to the resolution, the customs resolution, I have taken notice that this is a 1972 resolution. What it speaks to is the urgency of bringing forward to this House the resolutions, the regulations to the 2024 Act, the Customs Act, a brand new act that really needs to come, and the regulation needs to come to this House as soon as is practicable. It's an advanced and modern piece of legislation that will assist the country in its ambitions to become a logistics hub and to be much more efficient at the port. And therefore, I'm looking forward to the regulations being brought here as soon as possible to complete and to put in place and implement what we believe is necessary and urgent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I now ask that both motions be approved.
The request by the minister is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. At this time, I am happy to announce that both motions have been approved. House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it's not intended to do any further business today. I therefore move for the adjournment of this Honorable House until Tuesday, November 19 at 2 p.m. at the George William Gordon House. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
At this time, as is said, and the request is on the floor, it is not intended to do any other business for the day, and that the House be suspended until the 19th of November adjourned, sorry. This House be adjourned, the sitting of the House be adjourned until the 19th of November at 2 p.m. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. This House now stand adjourned.
Disposal, the Passport, Immigration and Citizenship Agency, PICA, will be adding more resources to its information and communication technology services. The agency's capacity to detect and prevent fraudulent activities will be enhanced by an allocation of $236 million. And from a total of $1.49 billion for border security processing, $193.6 million is included for the implementation of a health electronic travel authorization solution. Five capital projects have been earmarked for the 2022-2023 financial year, all financed by the government through the Consolidated Fund. The Jamaica Defense Force, the JDF, will continue the procurement of surveillance cameras and other hard and software devices to support the Jamaica Eye program.
The development of the Marine Air Cyber Command as a unit in the JDF was a strategic move to, in fact, create the kind of holistic approach to deal with our coastline and our coastal zone.
That was last year. In the new fiscal cycle, the JDF has been given $2.7 billion to make final payment on one ship and put a deposit on another, along with purchasing coastal surveillance equipment to strengthen the border security efforts. Approximately $319 million has been allocated in the estimates of expenditure to complete the construction of the Forensic Pathology Autopsy Suite.
We have to provide our police force with the required facilities, physically, technologically, and all the support services required to ensure we can do it. We are work, so the budget is crucial. The institutional support and organization is critical, and the legislation becomes crucial as we are working to put all those in place.
Construction of the Westmoreland Police Divisional Headquarters will move forward with a $700 million budget. The design has been completed and the contract is up for tender.
That station will cost about just over $2 billion. We are committed to it, and I said it's gone to contracting and being evaluated as we speak and should be able to begin before the end of the year.
Meanwhile, the Ministry's 5-year security strengthening project will continue to build out the police force's ICT network. Among the targets for the new financial year are the installation of surveillance equipment at the Department of Correctional Services, as well as network drops for JCF high-priority sites. Fiber optic cable will also be purchased for the JCF, along with a mobile command center. And the force's case management system, stations record management system, and the jail management software are to be completed.
The police department, the budget will be restored. We can build numbers, increase capacity, and provide them with the tools that is required to make it successful.
The general outlook for the upcoming fiscal year, Madam Speaker, is quite positive.
The itinerary has already been planned, and the island's tourism business will continue this year on a budget of $11.5 billion. The Ministry of Tourism also expects to earn $55.4 million as appropriations in aid to supplement its efforts. $1 billion from the budget will go towards supporting the ministry's general operational capacity. This will include activities to support the pension planning program, the preparation of Tourism Strategy Action Plan TSAP, the Risk Crisis and Disaster Management Plan, among others.
We will continue to infuse our warmth and culture in everything we do to remind the world that this is the #1 place to be.
The promotion of our country as the preferred tourism destination for new and existing markets is priority #1 on the ministry's list for this financial year. $5.7 billion will go towards achieving this target. From this figure, $2.4 billion is for tourism support services, which will largely maintain the Jamaica Tourist Board's offices with marketing programs to increase visitor arrivals. The remaining $3.3 billion is set aside for destination marketing, and this will mainly assist with the cost of Brand Jamaica's advertisements on the various media platforms.
Jamaica's tourism sector is ripe for investment.
A slice of the pie totaling $4.8 billion will go towards tourism development. Under that umbrella, $2.3 billion is being spent on tourism product enhancement to support the operational cost of the Tourism Enhancement Fund. Tourism business development is being given $253.2 million to support the 5 key tourism networks of health and wellness, gastronomy, shopping, knowledge, and sports and entertainment. Destination assurance will continue this financial year with $2.2 billion. This includes further works being done by the Tourism Product Development Company Limited, TPDCO, to strengthen visitors' experience. Also included are expenses to improve several small projects, such as the Trenchtown Performance Space, the Black River Streetscape, the Spruce Up Pondacana project, and the Milk River Rehabilitation Program. Behind the monetary figures is a commitment by the Ministry of Tourism to keep the flights coming in, the ships sailing, hotels and attractions open, and tourism booming in all aspects for the 2022 to 2023 financial year and beyond.
Government's management of Jamaica's national affairs in the 2022-2023 fiscal year will be financed by a budget of $912 billion. It comprises $539.5 billion for non-debt or recurring expenses, $65.1 billion in capital spending, and $307.5 billion for debt servicing.
The government's efforts to enhance the pace of recovery in fiscal year 2022-23 will be effected through utilization of normal revenue flows to target growth-enhancing activities.
The Ministry of Finance and the Public Service receives a sizable increase to its operating expenses. Under recurrent spending, $20.9 million of the $22.6 billion contingency provision has been reserved to meet the cost of anticipated adjustments in public sector wages, stemming from the compensation review process. The Finance Ministry also increased funding for its scholarship program by $11.5 million. $21 million has been allocated to plan, design, and develop a proposal for a national policy and plan of action on international migration and development. Work will increase under Vision 2030, the country's national development plan project, with $73 million, an increase of $20.5 million.
With the economic recovery underway, we're seeking to boost capital investment in fiscal year 22-23 by 20%.
The ministry's $9 billion capital budget is funded by the government and the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. $290.5 million will be spent on initiatives to strengthen the business environment for private sector investment. Similar interventions will be pursued under the Jamaica Business Environment Reforms Project managed by JAMPRO. And $5.3 billion is budgeted through the contingency provision for projects that are approved for implementation under the public investment system.
And we do this in order to ensure that the growth momentum is maintained.
On the matter of building resilience against climate change, a combined $439.5 million has been set aside for special projects. Disaster risk reduction training and capacity building will be done at the community level for persons in the agriculture sector and living in coastal areas. A Jamaican Path from Hills to Ocean project, which started last November, will complete several environmental assessments, studies, and designs. Government will complete 10 climate-smart interventions for the Ministry of Health and Wellness, develop early warning messages for 6 vulnerable groups, and train officers in specific agencies to use radar data and products. The government has set several targets for the Public Sector Transformation and Implementation Project for the 2022-23 financial year. Among them are to establish a location for the MyHR Plus and Shared Services teams and launch the pilot of the HR Shared Services and Internal Audit. Continuing simultaneously alongside these are key components of the Strategic Public Sector Transformation Project. These are aimed at strengthening public resource management to facilitate a more enabling environment for growth within the private sector.
That's all we have for today's program. Join us next time as we explore JA Today. Thanks for watching.
Cook it up and make we steam it. Fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Cook it up and make we roast it. Farm fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Grow smart at the best part. Food for thought so me have to eat smart. Easy catch, fully net. A tilapia so you don't know what's next. Cook it up and make we fry it. Fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Bring home the best in freshwater fish. High content of vitamin B3, protein and potassium. Tilapia, simple, healthy, delicious.
The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister. Your government is empowering you through education, training, and development. That is why we have removed all fees for every Jamaican accessing training through the Heart NSTA Trust. So, whatever you desire training in, food and hospitality, beauty and cosmetology, housekeeping and hotel management, welding, carpentry, masonry, or any of the dozens of programs Heart offers, you can enroll completely free and change your life. We are building Jamaica. The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
It must stop. It have to stop. Gang violence is not the solution to our problem. It will only cause pain and suffering. Let's find non-violent ways to solve our conflict. Let's work together to create a safer and peaceful Jamaica. Let's all live good.
A message from the Ministry of National Security.
I'm Seth Grinnell from Grinnell Driving School, and today we want to speak about the right and proper way to use the pedestrian crossing. What we need to ensure is that the traffic doesn't have the green light. No, when they have the red light, it doesn't mean that I just step across. I need to ensure that all the vehicles have come to a stop, to a halt, and I try to make eye contact to ensure that they are aware that I am crossing. We don't want to run across the pedestrian crossing, because if we fall, we might not be able to get up when the traffic resumes to proceed across the intersection. So we take our time. I like to still be active with my eyes to ensure that I'm aware of what is happening, scan the intersection, look at the drivers to ensure that they're aware that I am crossing, take my own sweet time, but not too slow, and get out of the roadway. Are we good? And we get to go to our destination safely on foot.
Your safety safety and security continue to be our priority. We are seeing a downward trend in major crimes, and we are investing $650 million in technology improvement for our police force to provide greater coverage across Jamaica by 2028.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
I would say at least 30 years. I mean, from we were adolescents. Well, the reality is we grew up on a farm, so we're third generation farmers. My grandfather was a farmer. He was a cattle farmer. My dad grew up on the farm and naturally went into farming. He moved away from cattle into fish and into small ruminants. And my brother and I, having grown up on the farming, although we had both left to, at various times in our life, pursue other things, have ended up back on the farm, back in the family business, which is what it really is. And with myself and my brother both having sons, it's quite likely that one of them will eventually continue the family business. Well, the farm is actually two separate operations, one run by my older brother, one run by me. So on my side of the farm, which is the hatchery side, typically it starts at 7 a.m. The workers come in, and the first thing that we do is we catch the young fry. Each morning the fish, tilapia are a unique type of fish in that they don't lay eggs which hatch. They have the eggs and they keep the eggs in their mouth, and they actually hatch, and then when the babies are born, they keep the babies in their mouth to protect them from other fish and insects. So in the mornings, they release them to go and look for something to eat, and then find them and put them back in their mouths to protect them. So you have to go in the mornings when they have released them to search for food and catch them at that point. So in the